Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Toondah Harbour in Cleveland, Queensland, is home to one of the most significant wetlands in Australia. It is internationally recognised as a Ramsar site, an international treaty which Australia is a signatory to. It's home to thousands of migratory birds, many of which are vulnerable and critically endangered species like the eastern curlew, and provides crucial habitat for turtles and other marine life. Many people would be shocked to learn that a property developer, Walker Corporation, wants to destroy the wetland for a massive luxury development. People would perhaps be even more shocked to learn that at multiple stages both the state and federal government have approved of this incredibly destructive development, allowing it to progress along the approval pipeline. Walker Corporation wants to dredge 500,000 cubic metres of the precious bay, destroy 37 hectares of seagrass and 3.4 hectares of mangroves. It's abundantly clear that this development should never have gotten this far. Indeed, the Federal Department of Environment agreed, saying all the way back in 2016 that the proposal was clearly unacceptable. What's more, under otherwise incredibly weak environmental laws, the Environment Minister can't approve developments on Ramsar-listed wetlands, and the only way Ramsar boundaries can be deleted or restricted is if there is an urgent national interest. Yet despite this, Walker Corporation is perilously close to having approval to bulldoze one of the most precious wetlands in Australia. Why are we here? Maybe it's the $1.4 million in donations Walker Corporation has made to the Liberal, National and Labor Party across Australia since 2007. But now the Federal Environment Minister will face a stark choice, and the community's message could not be more clear. Reject this destructive development and finally put an end to a saga that has come unacceptably close to destroying an incredibly important wetland. Recently, Air Services Australia revealed something shocking, which is that Brisbane Airport has had more noise complaints than all other airports in Australia combined, which is clearly a sign of the massive institutional failure of Air Services Australia and the federal government to properly regulate flight noise. We have got flights screeching over people's houses at 2:30 in the morning, at unacceptably regular intervals, exposing people to damaging noise pollution. We know that it has a huge impact on people's health. All that we're asking for is the three things that Sydney Airport already has: a cap on flights, a curfew, and a long-term operating plan that will see more flights over the bay. If it's good enough for Sydney residents, then it should be good enough for Brisbane residents. At a community strategy meeting we had in September, we discussed clearly our demands that we'll be making on the government. We've got a private members bill that has been before Parliament before, and we'll be bringing it again to introduce those three demands. And if the federal government doesn't listen to us, the community has agreed that going into next year there will be larger and larger protest actions.
Member for Mawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A few weeks ago, I attended the opening of a new building called the African Village. Situated in Moorooka, it's the result of the work of the Queensland African Communities Council of Queensland and their hard-working president, Benny Boll, OAM. Benny has a long history in working with young people and is committed to making sure that African Australian youth get every opportunity in life and are not overrepresented in the criminal justice system. Benny himself arrived in Australia in 2007 and in that time has acquired 2 master's degrees, written a book and has been awarded an OAM for his service to youth. Moorooka has always been a familiar home to the African diaspora, especially those earlier arrivals from South Sudan, Somalia and Ethiopia who arrived during the early and mid-2000s. In Queensland, many new arrivals settled around Moorooka where the Department of Immigration arranged housing and support services. Moorooka is a great suburb. It's where I live, Deputy Speaker. So the opening of the African Village in Moorooka is of great cultural and social significance for many Queenslanders from an African background, especially young people. The aim of this unique space for the centre to become a community hub for people of all ages, but especially young people. It's a place where they can drop in to relax in a safe place, play a bit of sport or get their homework support after school. Sitting on some of the furniture donated by Martin College via my niece Tricia Kelquist, thanks to my favourite goddaughter for arranging that. As Benny explained at the opening of the African Village, for several years now we've observed our children struggling to find their place within their families, communities and schools. So the Queensland African Communities Council designed a youth early intervention strategy, and the African villages at Maruka, Redbank Plains and Geebung are part of that strategy. The centres are modelled around the concept of it takes a village to raise a child. At each village, African youth mentors organise locally designed and structured activities to support individual young people, families and schools to make sure that those at risk of becoming disengaged are supported at an early stage. The mentors work closely with students, career experts, parents and teachers to ensure communication is consistent and that expectations are managed and aligned to the students' needs and interests. There are also opportunities for young people to learn traditional dance and language classes. These classes are an important step for young people to reconnect with their cultural heritage, especially in cases where young people are struggling with the concept of cultural identity. What the Queensland African Communities Council want to see is a resilient and relatively integrated future generation of African community in Queensland and Australia as a whole. The African village in Maruka is a great example of making sure all community members are supported to connect, to contribute and to belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, I had the pleasure of joining the member for Hughes at Holsworthy Barracks in Sydney to witness a special event. Over 2 ceremonies, newly qualified officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Engineer Regiment and the 2 Commando Regiments were each presented their berets. This was the culmination of a long and arduous journey. Can I begin with the Special Operations Engineer Regiment, otherwise known as SOA? There are countless Afghanistan veterans who, but for the bravery and competence of engineers from SOA, would not be here. I know in my platoon they found 21 IEDs that we would have otherwise driven on or walked on. When others had to freeze and back up, their job was to lie down and crawl towards the danger. These new members of SOA are signing up to the same explosive danger and more. The increased threat of large state conflict has meant their unique skills and training, including in nuclear, chemical and biological warfare, may be called upon. Congratulations and thank you. The next ceremony was the presentation of the Green Beret to newly qualified members of 1st and 2nd Commando Regiments. This marked the culmination of 18 months' worth of training, which commenced with a brutal 3-week selection course. The candidates were assessed on a number of attributes, including their teamwork, intellect, resilience, integrity and ethics. For many, this has been a longer journey than 18 months. From the initial decision to tell a close friend or your mum or your dad that you might even try, through to the months spent training like an athlete to be ready. Quite a few had additional years spent overcoming disappointment or injury, yet they came back again and again, and that speaks volumes to their resilience and determination to be there. Their unique on-target and insertion skills may be called upon, and I congratulate and thank them for their achievement. To the directing staff who planned, organised and executed course after course, this is as much a burden on them and their families. They go through this 18-month process and are away again and again, and then back it up with another reinforcement cycle. So to the members of the Defence Special Operations Training and Education Centre, thank you. Finally, to the families who witnessed the ceremony last Friday, your sons and daughters have been through a journey few have been on. You have had a front row seat witnessing how much this meant to them and how much they sacrificed to be there. Yet this is only the start. I want you to know that through the representatives in this Parliament, that service and sacrifice will never be forgotten. Thank you for letting me be a witness to this ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The federal budget's kicking goals in Blair. Ipswich people love their sport, so I'm proud to have secured tens of millions of dollars in funding for both elite and grassroots sporting facilities across the city in the budget. We want to see more locals, especially young kids, getting active and participating in sport. Ipswich is one of the fastest growing regions in the country, so it's vital to invest in our community and social infrastructure to promote healthy lifestyles. There's a huge demand for sporting facilities now, setting upgrades like the ones in the budget will help meet demand and support the growing popularity of many sports. The North Ipswich Reserve funding is about investing in a state-of-the-art facility so we can hold elite football level games in Ipswich. Ipswich is also a sporting nursery. We want to develop the next generation of sporting champions like Alfie Langer, like Ash Barty and Ali Brigginshaw, who's currently playing overseas in the UK, trying to win the World Cup for our women's rugby league team. With the Olympics being held in South East Queensland in the next decade, we want Ipswich to get a slice of the action to secure some events or have teams use Ipswich facilities for training. That's where the new Brisbane Lions Springfield Stadium, the Brighton Homes Arena, could play a role. Deputy Speaker, I'm really excited about the $20 million committed to upgrade the North Ipswich Reserve Stadium. This is the first stage in developing the North Ipswich Sport and Entertainment Precinct and a boutique 12,500 seat stadium with broadcast facilities to ensure that NRL and A-level matches could possibly be played in that region. And I'm very disappointed in the NRL and the A-League for not supporting the Jets and the Western Pride bids for licences in this area. This will help set us up with a kind of stadium that we need. I've been championing this marquee project for several years and I know it's a real game changer for our city. It's really important also that the $2 million to expand Ipswich Basketball Stadium, the JBS Arena at Baval. This meet the growing popularity of this sport. There has been a 50% increase in participation, particularly by women and girls, in basketball in Ipswich in the last 18 months. So this $2 million will provide a total of 5 courts for club competition purposes and 4 suitable for representatives competition. There's $1 million to upgrade facilities at Ironbark Ripley to support the fast-growing Ripley Valley Football Club, and this will help with the construction of canteen, kitchen, change rooms and modern amenities for the South Ripley playing fields. But I'm really pleased about the $500,000 to provide Ipswich Hockey Association with much-needed upgrades for the hockey grounds, including towel lighting, automatic irrigation and field configuration. I think this is so important because it sends a message to Ipswich City Council: don't ever treat the Ipswich Hockey Association the way they treated in the past. I thank them for their commitment and their working with me.
Thank you. Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the need of all of us to be aware of Kidney Health Australia and the great work they do. I recently met with a constituent from Gembrook, Liz Hofferman, and her beloved Doben Buffy, my lecturer at Latrobe. Liz is an ambassador for Kidney Health Australia and has raised funds throughout October for the Red Sox Run campaign to increase awareness and support research into kidney disease. Liz has reached the goal of completing 450 kilometres of walking with Buffy. Kidney disease is a silent, incurable illness. 27,000 people in Australia are living with kidney failure and require dialysis or a transplant to stay alive, but there is very little research into the disease, especially in the early stages. 90% of kidney functions can be lost before any symptoms are apparent. On average, 63 Australians will die every day. That's every day 63 Australians die from kidney-related diseases, and sadly there is no cure for it. The blood test can assess kidney health and can see how well your kidneys are filtering your blood. This October, Kidney Health Australia Red Sox Run campaign will fund life-changing treatments and vital support services for those living with the disease. Congratulations to Liz and Buffy on reaching their goal of walking 450 kilometres in the beautiful Downing Ranges in my electorate. I'd also like to make the House aware of the great work done by St Luke's Church. I'd like to acknowledge a volunteer non-for-profit organisation in the electorate of Latrobe. The food store at St Luke's Church in Cockatoo, who have met recently on a number of other occasions, the food store was established 3 years ago in 2019 by Julie and David Graham, who saw the need in the community and stepped up to help and have not stopped since. The food store is a food bank located in St Luke's Church in Cockatoo, offering free food and a kind ear for those in need for a little extra help. It operates from church every Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. All locals are welcome to visit and collect free food. Visitors receive a friendly welcome, a warm smile and a hot cup of tea, which I had myself. Visitors attend the food store from across the Dandenong ranges, including the suburbs of Cockatoo, Gembrook, Emerald, and even out to Hillsville, Pakenham and Narrabeen. The food store is generously supplied groceries by Food Bank Victoria, and local businesses to enable this wonderful service to function. But can I say St Luke's Church are also seeking to upgrade their bathroom on site to provide hot showers to locals living it tough. So I'm right behind this project, and again congratulate Julie, David and all their team and thank them very much for everything they do. They're located at 1 McBride Street, Cockatoo, open Monday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Thank you.
Member for Port.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognise and commend Melton local Mr Ian Laurie, OAM, who has recently been awarded an RSL Australia Life membership. I recently attended Vietnam Veterans Remembrance Service in Melton to commemorate Vietnam Veterans Day, and I was honoured to be present as this prestigious honour was bestowed upon Mr Laurie. A veteran of the Vietnam conflict, Mr Laurie has been a driving force within the Melton RSL. Over years of service, Mr Laurie has worked incredibly hard to help many, particularly young people, to understand the importance of commemoration. The Anzac Day parade in Melton is unrivalled. There is always a sea of school children standing shoulder to shoulder, all with a deep understanding of why they're there and why it's so important. This is a credit to Mr Laurie's work in our community, building strong ties with a range of agencies, support groups, schools and governments. Melton is also home to a dedicated memorial to the Vietnam War, also a result of Mr Laurie's hard work and persistence. There is a long list of achievements attributed to Mr Laurie and his work in our community. I want Mr Laurie to know that those of us who are fortunate enough to know him are immensely proud of what he has achieved, and there could be no more worthy recipient of this honour. Speaker, I recently had the honour of joining local charity Keely's Cause as they distributed iPads as part of their iPads for Children with Autism or an Intellectual Disability program. Keely's Cause was founded by Keely Johnson, a young woman from my hometown of Ballan. Keely founded the charity when she was just 13 years old after being diagnosed with autism and an intellectual disability. Keely's Cause has an important mission: to ensure that all children diagnosed with autism or an intellectual disability have the technology they need to ensure that they aren't left behind at school and through their other educational and therapeutic pursuits. On Thursday last week, I joined Keely, her mum Sharon, and a wonderful group of local families at the Melton Valley Golf Club as they were presented with iPads of their own. This took the total number distributed under this program to 332 iPads. This is an amazing effort from an incredible young woman. And what's more, once these iPads are distributed to the children in this program, they then develop an ongoing relationship with Keely's Cause organisation. Their technology is updated on a regular interval and they are given additional support to ensure that they can achieve to the best of their abilities through their educational pursuits.
Thank you. I'm giving the call to the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are over 40 million Scouts worldwide. In my electorate of Longman, there are six Scout groups, including Caboolture, Morayfield, Burpengary, Narangba, Woodford and Bribie Island. Now, I'm a proud supporter of Scouts because their values are part of bringing up good, outstanding citizens, which benefits all of us. Some of the attributes that Scouts focus on are the importance of community involvement, self-confidence, to accept challenges, environmental issues, initiative and problem solving, honouring reward for effort by achieving badges and awards, leadership, planning and to be prepared. Independence, keep things fun, to take risks and teamwork. For the venturer who's up for an extra challenge, the Queen Scout Award is the highest award in the Venturer Scout section and carries an outstanding reputation within Scouting and the community. And I think it'll be called the King Scout Award moving forward now. To gain the Queen Scout Award, the venturer must first achieve a Venturer Award standard in all 13 Venturer Award activities. They must then reach the Queen Scout Award standard in an activity area from each of leadership development, which includes outdoor activities, personal growth and community involvement. The Queen Scout Award aims to widen the interest and knowledge of Venturous Scouts and encourage them to look wide. The award is designed to be challenging and encouraging for Venturous Scouts over a wide range of activities. To achieve this prestigious award, a Venturous Scout must be able to also set a goal, plan progress towards that goal, organise themselves and others, and maintain the determination to overcome difficulties and complete a task. Completion of the Queen Scout Award is a major milestone in a Venturous Scout's journey and carries an outstanding reputation. The award is approved by a Venturous Scouts peer at unit council level. This peer review aims to maintain good standards for the award and allow the Venturous Scouts' efforts to be judged by those who understand their abilities and goals the best. Recently, I was pleased to be able to attend the ceremony of Longman's latest recipient of the Queen Scout Award, Alexander Bromley. I've known Alexander Bromley for a few years now and watched him develop into a fine young man. I congratulate Alexander and his proud parents who are in attendance on the special day, of course, David and Helen. And I encourage anyone out there who has children who may have lost their way or who are looking for direction to join a Scout group, because the values and the principles they will learn will hold them in good stead for the rest of their life. Thank you.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government handed out its first budget. I'm really pleased to say it's a great budget for the people of the Hunter electorate, who were neglected for so long under the former government. This is a budget that invests in what Australians need to build a better future. It's a great budget for families and a great budget for our nation. There's a lot in the budget for the people of the Hunter, such as investments in infrastructure projects and many other items that will benefit the Hunter. Childcare costs are a huge issue for families, and our cheaper childcare policy will see 6,300 families in the Hunter electorate better off. It will also extend paid parental leave, giving more time to families at that important time of life where they are welcoming a new baby. The people of the Hunter electorate can also expect to see cheaper medicines, which will save them up to $450 per year and help them with the cost of living. I was elected to be a strong voice for the Hunter, and the government has certainly heard me. This budget delivers over $400 million for all of our election commitments across the Hunter. The Muswellbrook bypass is a big ticket item, along with money for Muswellbrook Town Centre, Muswellbrook Olympic Park upgrade and Muswellbrook preschool and playgroup. Singleton Council will receive an upgrade for Elroy Oval precinct and the Singleton Bulls Club amenities, fit-out and women's change rooms. Cessnock Council will receive money for Cessnock Regional Skate Park, the BMX facility upgrade at Carmichael Park and the Cessnock Goannas lighting upgrade. Lake Macquarie Council will receive funding for Mandalong Road upgrade, money for a dredge in Lake Macquarie and a grouting fund, money for Mum's Cottage, funding for the Urban Rivers project and for the North West Lake Macquarie Catalyst area and funding for Edgeworth Eagles fencing and lighting. We'll be delivering an urgent Medicare care clinic for Cessnock. This is really important as the Hunter has some of the lowest rates of bulk billing in the country. There is also money for the GP After Hours Access Clinic at Toronto to have its services restored after the previous government slashed them. This will help to take the pressure off the hospitals, and this is a really important announcement for Hunter. We have 967 new university places for the Hunter at the University of Newcastle. Along with our fee-free TAFE commitments, this will make education more accessible for many in the Hunter electorate. It's great to have a government that delivers on its promises and invests in the future of the Hunter, and this is critically important for the people, not just for the Hunter, but for our whole nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to Member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I'd like to wish the happiest of birthdays to a local Northern Tasmanian organisation who's been at the centre of supporting our region's migrant population for 40 years. The Migrant Resource Centre began in 1982 with the aim of providing access to services to help newcomers settle into Launceston and surrounding areas and to create awareness in the broader community about the challenges new arrivals face. And while the organisation has grown and thrived, particularly in recent years under the leadership of CEO Ella Dixon and a passionate board, this mission has not changed. MRC has grown from a micro not-for-profit with just one paid employee to an organisation employing over 40 people, including many migrants who once received assistance. To be celebrating a milestone birthday is also to reflect on the road taken. As Ella said recently, MRC's first few years were lean and every victory was hard fought. But challenges were overcome and partnerships were forged that made new opportunities possible. The founding members and the chairs and committee members who came after them have never given up. This determination is what has allowed the organisation to thrive year after year, decade after decade, and has led to 40 years of successful migrant support services in Tasmania. From introducing Harmony Day more than 20 years ago to starting up multicultural programs at City Park Radio and becoming one of the first multicultural specific NDIS providers to launch in Tasmania, MRC has continued to identify, develop and implement key programs and services that continue to build a stronger and more inclusive multicultural Northern Tasmanian community. In fact, it was the tremendous work undertaken by MRC to successfully resettle the first Bhutanese families to arrive under Australia's humanitarian program that led to Launceston being chosen to have a pilot program for settling Afghan Hazara refugees in regional Australia. Over the past 3.5 years, I've had the enormous privilege of building relationships with the Chin, Afghan Hazara, Nepali and many other migrant communities in the area. And while there are of course challenges that exist with resettlement, there are many wonderful stories of jobs secured, new skills gained, businesses started, sporting teams created and houses purchased by migrants who now call our region home. It would be remiss of me not to mention the challenges to the humanitarian settlement program over the past few years that has created needless issues and headaches for MRC as they work to provide the necessary supports for refugees arriving in northern Tasmania. And though there's not enough time to delve into the detail today, I'm committed to advocating for the necessary changes and thank Minister Giles for his engagement with me on this issue. Thank you, MRC, and happy 40th birthday.
Thank you. Give the call to Member for Kingston, Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Labor budget that was just handed down starts the repair work of our Medicare and primary health system. Our primary health and Medicare system was left to really neglected over the former government's reign, and so I am really pleased that in this first budget that we are starting to take steps to repair our primary healthcare system, because this is one of the big issues that many people in my electorate raise on a regular basis: access to see a GP, access to get into the local hospital, to make sure that they are getting cheaper medicines, as just one example, to make sure that they are able to access the right health care when they need it. So I am so pleased to be able to communicate with my electorate the big investments that Labor is making to strengthen Medicare and get primary health care back on track. Of course, we've already started delivering on our Strengthening Medicare Task Force. This task force is a diverse group of health experts and consumer representatives who will provide advice to help government fix our healthcare system. The goals of the task force will be to improve patient access to general practice, including after-hours care, improve patient access to nursing and allied health services, and increase affordability, better management of complex cases, and decrease the pressure off our hospital system. The work of the task force will be implemented through a $750 million investment to deliver the highest priority reforms to Medicare. This has been welcomed by people in my electorate who have been crying out for some action taken to strengthen Medicare. Of course, one of the big commitments in this budget was an urgent care clinic for the southern suburbs of Adelaide, something very much needed by so many people in our electorate, and really a common sense idea. If you don't need to go to a tertiary hospital, where can you go to get those broken bones mended, to get that other care that you might not otherwise be able to access from a GP? And of course, there is the $200 million for the expansion of Flinders Medical Centre, the medical centre in which I was born. This is a good investment for our local community. It will be matched by $200 million from the state government, a very critical institution that needs desperately this investment and will go to servicing so many people in my electorate. The new investment will include 136 extra beds, an expansion of the intensive care unit, new modern operating theatres, upgraded technology in terms of imaging and a brand new eye surgery clinic. This government is investing in healthcare and it will benefit my community.
Thank you. And in accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 1, motion on global methane pledge.
Member for Groom.
I move the motion relating to the global methane pledge in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Speaker, the government has signed this country up to a global methane pledge, and in doing so has inadvertently put a cap on our cattle industry, an unintended consequence of an ill-thought-through action. We've sacrificed the growth of our agricultural sector, the prosperity of regional economies and basic market freedom so that the government can receive a pat on the back from countries who simply cannot compare to our situation at COP27. Because here in our country, around half of our methane emissions come from the agricultural sector. My electorate of Broome, with around 200,000 head of cattle on feedlots, is a significant contributor. We don't have the same easy-to-find efficiencies, like fixing leaky gas pipes, that exist in other nations who have made this pledge. What we do have is plentiful grazing land, generational expertise in the beef industry, and significant technological research centres that make us a hotbed for innovation, efficiency and productivity gains in this vital industry. We are very proud of what we do, and we want to keep doing it. Now, despite what some people might tell you, no affordable, practical and large-scale way exists to reduce methane emissions in agriculture other than reducing the herd size. That includes the potential benefits of seaweed, which the government seems to be hanging this entire pledge on. There is currently no credible demonstration that this technology can be used to satisfy that 30% reduction pledge. This is not speculation or uninformed commentary. This is the view from those with a stake in the game on feedlots and in laboratories on the ground in my electorate. Much work has been done in the beef industry to improve time on feed, which has a direct impact on methane emissions. We know what we're doing, we know what needs to be done, and we're doing it. We also know the threat that this pledge presents to the red meat industry because, unlike carbon, there is no way to offset methane. It cannot be sequestered. So in the Australian context, when you hear the government talk about reducing methane emissions, they're talking about capping or reducing that industry. Under this methane pledge, Australia's national herd can't grow any bigger because each new beast added is simply more methane. The biggest impacts of this will be visited on small, aspirational graziers who just want to build their businesses. Decisions which should be theirs on herd size and breed will now fall under big government regulation. Now, this is terrible news for an industry that is still trying to grow back after it was hit hard during the last drought. We're still in the process of regrowing our herd, and this pledge makes it impossible to do that. Let's turn for a moment to the government's assurances that this won't be the case, that this pledge is just aspirational and won't lead to destocking or a new tax. How can we believe the government when this pledge itself was comprehensively ruled out by the Prime Minister on multiple occasions prior to the election? Just over a year ago, on the 28th of October 2021, Mr Albanese told a journalist that it was premature for Australia to sign up to any such commitment because our cattle industry and its use of grazing is, to quote, different from the way that agriculture and farming practices happen in other parts of the world. 2 weeks after that, on the 12th of November, when asked again if Labor would sign Australia up to the COP26 pledges to reduce methane emissions and phase out the use of coal, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We wouldn't sign up to that." We now know that that isn't the case. The government has gone back on their commitment and yet seeks Australia's trust. At a time of workforce shortages, inflation and rising interest rates, Labor's response is more red tape, more bureaucracy and more government intervention in this very crucial and occasionally very fragile industry. It's taking control off an industry that is already committed to reducing emissions in a sensible and sustainable way without sacrificing productivity and handing it over to those without a stake in the game. Ultimately, it will be families at the supermarket who pay the price when the cost of meat and dairy rises. And Speaker, in this cost of living crisis, the government should be focusing on boosting our economy and not reducing it.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Brisbane. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank the member for Groom for bringing this motion forward today. It is important to have the opportunity to speak about the effect of the Albanese Labor government's efforts to address climate change, including through our signing of the Global Methane Pledge, a move that's been welcomed by the likes of the National Farmers Federation, Meat and Livestock Australia and Farmers for Climate Action. And I am concerned that parts of this motion seem to be grounded firmly in the type of alarmism that we have consistently seen from those opposite when it comes to talking about action on climate change. It's worth noting that it's a special 10-year anniversary this year for the member for New England. It's the 10-year anniversary of his cracker of a claim that carbon pricing would lead to a Sunday roast costing $100 and a single cow or lamb costing as much as a house. What an anniversary. When in opposition, we called on the then government to take the issue of methane seriously. We had the same member start going on about some nonsense about shooting cows. And these claims from now and then are as ludicrous as each other. After the election, I'd really hoped that those opposite coming out of 9 years in government, 9 years of drift and denial, might have changed. I thought they might have taken a look at themselves and their failure to take real action on climate and decide they needed to change tack. That they might realise that the Australian people want them to start working in the country's best interests. Unfortunately, I've been brought back down to earth pretty quickly. We saw it on the climate change bill. The government, the independents, the Greens and others in this parliament came together to deliver for the first time in years a real plan on climate change. But who was on the outside? Who decided they didn't want to work across the parliament on this? That was the opposition. They couldn't get their act together in 9 years, and they've decided they don't plan to try doing so now they're on the opposition benches. I should credit them, though. There is one idea in this space that they do seem strangely obsessed with at the moment, which is, of course, nuclear power. Again, how interesting that in 9 years in office it wasn't something they progressed. But now they're in opposition, it's apparently the great white hope, despite it being the least cost-effective option, despite them not being able to tell the Australian people where they plan to locate this new nuclear power they are so keen on. So our government is happy to leave the opposition to this irrelevancy. In the meantime, we're getting on with the job and we're getting Australia back on track. Our government has started a new chapter. We are listening to the Australian people who have made it clear they want a government that takes climate change seriously. Our government does, and we're matching our words with action. We are moving forward in our switch to cleaner, cheaper, renewable energy. We are treating climate change as an emergency because it is one. There are many parts to this, and that includes the Global Methane Pledge, which, as the Minister responsible has previously outlined, is an important way for countries across the world to work together on reducing methane emissions. Since coming to government, we've worked with industry and farmer groups to progress signing this pledge. We've shown that you can take a route where you work with industry to get a better future for all of us. And I do want to thank all those groups across the country who sat down with government and constructively engaged in consultation and engagement to get what is a really positive outcome for our country. Those opposite don't work in this way. They work on division. They work on fear. They're stuck in some idea of the past. But the fact is, Australia's farmers have been at the forefront of action on climate change, and they deserve recognition for that fact. And there are some important projects that will come in this space, and some examples of those include $4 million to trial low-emissions livestock feed technologies, $8 million to the Australian Sustainable Seaweed Alliance to support the commercialisation of seaweed as a low-emissions feed supplement, and I know there is a lot of interest in this project, and I hear from a lot of corners about how important that is. Almost $5 million in grants to support the development of cost-effective technologies to deliver low-emission feed supplements to grazing livestock. The opposition's just been left behind. These projects are going forward, everyone else is moving forward, and yet those opposite don't seem to have any interest in doing the same. In contrast, our government will keep getting on with the job. We are working hard to take action on climate change, and we are working together with communities, together with industry, and together with Australia's agricultural and farming industry to do so. We're governing for all Australians, for a better future for all of us, working to address the very real challenges that this country faces, and we are taking the Australian people with us as we do this. Thank you.
I thank the member for Jagga Jagga. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to be seconding this motion from the member for Groom. Context counts. Right now, Australia is experiencing inflation that's almost out of control. Cost of living is biting big in every household, but this government is not taking any action on that. Despite promising a $275 reduction in household power bills are skyrocketing. The budget forecasts an increase of over 50% in electricity next financial year. The government is taking no action on that. We have businesses screaming out. The Australian Workers' Union talking about 800,000 manufacturing jobs under risk. We have businesses that might close their doors in this country because of skyrocketing energy prices. And we are looking at the budget suggesting that over 40% increases in gas next financial year. The government is not acting on that. We have an exposure in the budget that the economic modelling that underpins the entire energy policy suite of the government is flawed, and yet the government is taking no action on that. But there is something that the government is acting on. The government has decided that in the midst of an energy crisis, with all this pressure bearing down on Australian households and industries, it has decided now is the time to sign a global methane pledge, an opportunity to get on that world stage, to beat one's chest and say that we are joining with other nations on a global pledge. Now, the problem here isn't just with the substance of what the government is agreeing to, and I'll get to that substance in a moment, but the fact that it is yet another broken promise. Yet another broken promise. You see, in opposition, the now Prime Minister was very happy to stand alongside the coalition and refuse to sign this global pledge. Refused to sign the global pledge, agreeing with the coalition government that this pledge should not be signed. That was their position in opposition. But now, within the first 6 months in office, they add this broken promise to a long-running list of broken promises. This is nothing less than doing one thing in government, which is very different from what you said in opposition, and those opposite know that, but they're actually very relaxed about it because there are just so many broken promises in this new government. But when it comes to the substance then, and this is the far more important point, we hear a lot of motherhood statements from those opposite. I'm sure the speakers coming up from the government benches will again do this. It is almost speech after speech of motherhood statements. But you know what they cannot tell the Australian people, let alone those in the energy, resource and agricultural sectors, is how much this pledge commitment will cost. How much will it cost and who pays for it? Now, this is typical of what we see from the government when it comes to climate and energy policy. They will agree to high-level targets without having done any homework whatsoever on knowing how those targets will be achieved, how much it will cost and who will pay. And I would welcome those who are yet to speak to this motion from the government benches to outline the cost to Australia and how it's going to be paid for. We already know that the government has absolute disregard for the gas industry at a time, despite warnings from the ACCC and a lot of other authoritative agencies that we need more gas. There is pressure on us having more gas poured into the system. We know that signing this methane pledge only puts more pressure on gas developers and generators. But the real heartburn here, I believe, for the Australian economy comes to the agricultural sector, indeed livestock in particular. No one in government, no one in industry can explain how this target will be achieved with the technology that exists today. Can't be done. Can't be done. Yet they're happy to sign the pledge that Australia will somehow deliver on it. Now, industry is doing a great job, by the way, and the Coalition backed them, and that's why we put $18 million into ensuring that we are working with industry. But we are going to have no technology that can deliver on this methane reduction pledge. You know what that means, Deputy Speaker? Those opposite, those in government, they are wanting this to be delivered by changes in behaviour. They want people to eat less meat. They want the farmers to have fewer cattle in their herd. They should not be signing this pledge. They should not have broken the promise. But hey, that's what the Labor government does.
The member's time has expired. I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I hazard a guess that there wouldn't be too many MPs opposite that would have a painting of a Frisian cow in their parliamentary office like I do. But growing up on a dairy farm and being surrounded by literally thousands of Frisian dairy cows all my life, you could say I very much have a fondness for cows, dairy farmers and the community that supports them. In fact, I saw hundreds of dairy calves just yesterday when I dropped off my working Kelpie dog Jip to start his shift with my son. Deputy Speaker, after over half a century surrounded by dairy cattle, I've seen dairy farming change a lot. Dairy farmers have had to adapt to survive. But I have a saying, the smart farmers are adapting. Many have adapted to larger herds, some have gone to smaller herds and diversified into producing for gourmet cheeses. There is a thirst from the community for good local milk and milk products. People want to know where their milk comes from, how it's produced and that it's made in the most sustainable way. And the community wants to support their local farmers. As I said, the smart farmers know this and have already been adapting. They've also been adapting to reduce emissions, whether it's more solar, biofuel from manure, recycling effluent water and irrigating on their farm and planting more trees. They've adapted to becoming more resilient to drought, bushfires, floods, storms, even a tornado, and the next natural disaster that hits. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing for reducing emissions. It's the right thing for supporting the environment that has supported our farmers for generations. It makes good business sense for the ongoing viability of the farm. So does it surprise me that Australia has joined with 122 other nations, including the United States, Canada, New Zealand and Germany, to reduce global methane emissions across all sectors by at least 30% below 2020 levels by 2030? Not at all. In fact, it is a worldwide pledge, which does not mean each country must meet the 30% reduction. It is about global efforts to reduce emissions from methane. It is non-binding, and individual countries are not assigned targets. In signing the pledge, it will not include binding legislated methane targets and will not require reduced agricultural production or livestock numbers. Farmer Tim says he doesn't want a methane tax. Well, Farmer Tim, I agree with you. We can have a pledge and meet our targets without a tax. In fact, we can use projects like the Fab Cow Poo Farm that Farmer Tim is a part of. Fabulous. Who needs a tax? Farmer Tim is all over it. And even without all those red socialist jackets that Farmer Daniel doesn't like. You see, Deputy Speaker, I really do love our dairy farmers, the good bits, the odd bits and everything in between. But, Deputy Speaker, the simple truth is the Australian livestock industry is already pushing ahead with a strong emission reduction agenda, including the use of feed supplements, investment in sustainable agricultural practices, improved livestock and manure management practices, and breeding lower emissions animals. Who'd have thought? I mean, even the National Farmers Federation have said that, and I quote, "Signing the pledge signals Australia's voluntary commitment to participation in global action on methane emissions, and that for agriculture it will reinforce our demonstrated commitment to sustainability and ongoing access to key markets as an export-orientated sector." And a joint statement announced by the Australian Livestock Exporters Council, Australian Lot Feeders Association, the Australian Meat Industry Council, the Cattle Council of Australia, the Goat Industry Council of Australia, Sheep Producers Australia, Red Meat Advisory Council says, and I quote, Today's announcement shows the government has listened to our concerns and recognises the Australian red meat and livestock industry is proactively addressing emissions and is well advanced in achieving its CN30 target. Industry's net emissions have reduced by almost 60% since 2005, representing by far the greatest reduction by any sector of Australia's economy. With the right policy settings and ongoing research investment, our industry can be at the forefront of the climate solution. Deputy Speaker, since coming to government, the Minister has worked with industry and farmer groups to progress signing this pledge. Our farmers have been at the forefront of action on climate change, and I want to thank them for that. We will continue to reduce methane in the agricultural sector through technology innovation, incentives and partnerships with farmers. I have always supported local farmers, and I always will.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, motion on infrastructure funding.
And I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to infrastructure funding in the terms which it appears in the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, it was great to be able to sit in the main chamber and watch my mate and neighbour, the Treasurer Jim Chambers, hand down the Albanese government's first budget last month. It was a true Labor budget, a responsible budget considering the current instability of the world markets and other factors that impact outside of the government's control. This motion, however, acknowledges the $9.6 billion of funding contained within the Albanese government's first budget that will go towards the infrastructure that Australia needs. I choose these words carefully, as for almost the last decade, money has not always gone where it is most needed to improve the country for Australians. Instead, it has often gone to where it is most electorally favourable for the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments. So again, I say this funding will be invested in the infrastructure that Australia needs. Importantly, this infrastructure pipeline will deliver boosts to every corner of Australia. Coming from north of the Tweed, I'll start with the infrastructure spending in Queensland. Whether it's investing in improving the Bruce Highway between Gladstone and Rockhampton, that's Yeppoon, not Yeppoon, as well as in Brisbane's outer north, or working with the Queensland Government by locking in funding to get on with Stage 1 of the Coomera Connector, or better known locally as the second M1. Over on the other side of the country, in Western Australia, we're helping to build electric bus charging infrastructure for Perth's electric bus network to provide green public transport. Tasmanians, don't miss out, they'll get safer, faster travel through upgrades to the Bass and Tasman highways. In New South Wales, there's $300 million of new money for the Western Sydney roads package. And we're investing right here in the ACT to improve Canberra's cycling routes, which will take more cars off the road and make it safer for people and families to get around for work and for fun. We're investing in South Australia's Dukes and Augusta highways, as well as sealing the Northern Territory's Tanami Road and upgrading the Central Arnhem Road. Great for those communities. And I can't forget Victoria, where we're partnering with the state government to deliver the important Melbourne suburban rail loop. The rail loop will deliver a 90-kilometre rail line that will link every major train service from the Frankston line to the Werribee line via Melbourne Airport. Much like the Cross River Rail project in Brisbane, this is a vital heavy rail network infrastructure project that was ideologically opposed by the Liberal Nationals. You have to wonder whether the coalition just doesn't like helping to build the much-needed heavy rail infrastructure of the future, or perhaps it might have more to do with the fact they just don't want to go back into major projects put forward by Labor state governments. Which goes back to my earlier point. The Albanese government is about delivering infrastructure that Australia needs, not about pork barrelling, not about doing unfunded projects that haven't building car parks for parts of train lines that aren't needed. However, the former Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments were interested in spending lots of money, borrowing money in fact, taking us into deeper and deeper debt, but only to win or help win marginal seats. Maybe this is why Labor governments are the ones that build nation-defining infrastructure projects, not the Liberal and National parties. This budget investment will help Australians get around quicker and safer, whether it's for work, for family or for pleasure, and that will be good for our productivity. The Albanese government stripped the waste and rorts and are getting on with delivering on an infrastructure pipeline that states, communities and contractors can rely on.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion. Was ever right to speak?
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity this motion provides to speak on infrastructure funding in the budget, although despite there not being a lot of new announcements in South Australia, unlike the previous speaker, I'll give a full 5 minutes on what wasn't in the budget when it comes to my home city of Adelaide in particular, and some lost opportunities. Because let's be very clear, a budget provides, every year one's handed down, an opportunity for the government, not just in recurrent terms but also in long-term investment terms, an opportunity to talk about the priorities that the government has for this nation and the parts of the country it really cares about and sees opportunity to invest in. And unfortunately, from Adelaide's point of view, we had anything but new announcements of investment. In fact, one of the really frightening things that's unravelling in South Australia right now is a de-investment in infrastructure, and the major north-south road corridor in Adelaide, which under previous Liberal governments was going to see that project completed and finally to have a continuous proper carriageway running from well south of metropolitan Adelaide through the city, well north beyond Gawler. And it's been, until recently, a consensus between both sides of politics to invest in the north-south corridor, and the final stages of that, which were worked through and developed and brought to the Commonwealth Government by the Marshall Government, were duly invested in by the Morrison Government. And unfortunately, we've now got two Labor governments that are looking for every excuse they can find to delay and push that project into the never-never of the future. Now, there's a good budget outcome for the state Labor government when it comes to pretending that there are all these challenges in finishing the job there. It makes their numbers look better than reality. And there's an outcome for the Commonwealth in that, in the sense that equally their payments are pushed further into the future. But it means that the South Australian economy misses out, because it means that investment that could be happening sooner is not under this government and under the state Labor government. And that is going to have an enormous impact if the economic cycle moves, as regrettably it is currently on a trajectory towards. Just when we'll need those infrastructure construction jobs coming online in the next couple of years, they won't be in South Australia. And as other projects are finishing up, we'll have a very significant risk, which is turning into a likelihood of a real valley of death when it comes to infrastructure job opportunities in the South Australian economy. And furthermore, further regrettably, it's likely that that is going to happen at a time where the economic cycle needs that investment quite desperately. And the government talked in this budget about some of the challenges in delivering on infrastructure right now because there are so many projects happening and labour shortages, etc. What we've got happening on the north-south corridor, of course, a project that was always due to start in a few years' time that is now going to blow out way beyond that by the state government's own admission, and they're yet to fully reveal by how much that timing is going to push out. But just when we needed those jobs coming online, for those workers that are working on other infrastructure projects that will be coming to an end in the next couple of years, well, the next set of infrastructure projects, and particularly that mammoth infrastructure project, which would have provided the certainty for the infrastructure workforce in South Australia, will not be there to pick up the slack. And that's going to have really serious economic consequences from an acute point of view at the time at which those jobs won't be there in a couple of years' time. And then, of course, South Australia will equally suffer an enormous economic cost to that infrastructure not coming online when it was meant to, and missing out on the productivity gains for our economy and for commuters from that being put in place and completed on the timeline that was in place under the previous government. So it's tricky and sneaky accounting. It does falsely make budgets look better, particularly the state government's budget, but it's equally going to have an enormous economic toll. And I'm very concerned that over the next couple of years, as infrastructure jobs start to come off from current projects. The new projects, the decisions that could have been made in this budget to bring new projects on have not been made. And that impact will be on Labor at a state and federal level, and they'll be held to account for that because it's up to governments to be investing in productive infrastructure into the future. This budget's done the opposite, and it's going to take an enormous economic toll on the South Australian economy.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Moreton for moving this motion. And I do join with him in acknowledging the $9.6 billion of funding in the budget committed by the Albanese Labor government for delivering the infrastructure that Australia needs. Infrastructure under Labor is about improving productivity and improving safety, not electoral margins. We will deliver infrastructure that puts the community interest first, not political self-interest. Our budget takes an important first step in ensuring that the Commonwealth's infrastructure spending is responsible, affordable and sustainable. The total investment in transport infrastructure in every state and territory in this budget is $55 billion over the forward estimates for new and existing projects. Investment in my home state of Tasmania, our home state of Tasmania, Deputy Speaker, much of it in Lyons, which takes up half our state's landmass, includes $540 million to improve roads and highways, including Bass and Tasman highways and the East and West Tamar highways, $629 million for the new Bridgewater Bridge, which I know you'd be doubly excited about, Deputy Speaker, finally underway after a decade of dithering, $150 million for upgrading the Hobart to Sorell Transport Corridor, and up to $35 million for the TransLink Transport Hub near Launceston Airport. The Roads of Strategic Importance initiative is ensuring our key freight roads efficiently connect areas of regional and remote economic activity to ports, airports and other transport hubs. And under Rosie, we are delivering projects like targeted upgrades on the Bass Highway between Deloraine and Devonport and the Northern Roads package, including Birrelly Road between Westbury and Frankfurt. We also have the Road Safety Program, Deputy Speaker, which has been extended out a year so it can reflect the Road Safety Action Plan, which is currently being negotiated. This program is part of the government's commitment to reducing deaths and serious injuries on our roads, and it is delivering important safety upgrades to Tasmanian roads, including Colebrook and Tea Tree Roads, Upper Scamander Road and Lake Leak Road. As announced in the budget, the Priority Community Infrastructure Program will provide $1.4 billion for local community, sport and transport projects across Australia. Deputy Speaker, there have been several events recently in Tasmania that have highlighted the importance of good roads and investment in transport infrastructure. Last year, for example, Tasman Highway was closed for 6 weeks at Paradise Gorge. It's a picturesque but narrow section next to the Prosser River and just west of Orford. A large rock had loomed over the highway for decades, and after it showed recent sign of movement, was decided to remove and remediate. This meant people travelling from Hobart to the east coast had to detour southeast through Wielangta Road, a long and winding gravel road, or they had to go north via Lake Leak, which was miles out of the way. It was all a massive disruption for residents and businesses, but as is always the case in Tasmania, the community came together and made it work as best as could be expected. And just a quick aside, Deputy Speaker, I look forward to an announcement any day now from the Liberal state government about the sealing of Wielangta Road, something I've been calling for years because it's a terrific alternative coastal route. And back in June last year, the Tasmanian Minister for Infrastructure said it was his intention to progress with sealing, but I haven't heard much from him since. Now, more recently, as in many parts of the country, floods and storms across my electorate have damaged roads, forcing closures and causing delays. Both roads in and out of St Mary's in Tasmania's northeast were flooded, causing difficulties for residents and emergency services. St Mary's Pass, a winding section of Esk Highway between the town of St Mary's and the east coast, remains closed due to rockfall and landslip, with no ETA for reopening. The alternative route, Elephant Pass, has limited access. I'm informed that school bus drivers are reluctant to use it and that alternative arrangements are being made to accommodate students who'd normally travel between St Mary's and the coast. With travel between St Mary's and St Helens on the coast so important for tourism, shopping and commerce, there's a growing call for an alternative route to be created, and I do look forward to working with the St Mary's community and other stakeholders about how best to progress the concerns. What we know for sure is that access is too important to leave to the caprice of the weather gods. Deputy Speaker, as Minister Catherine King has previously said, good roads are the lifeblood of communities across Tasmania, and improving safety and travel time is important for local families and the economy. And I do thank the Minister for her commitment to improving Tasmania's infrastructure and look forward to working with her over this term to deliver on Labor's commitments to my state and my electorate, and we will deliver our commitments, unlike the dithering that we saw over a decade from the previous side. Thank you. 3 seconds to go. Time's up.
The question is that
Time's
the
up, all
motion
right.
be agreed to.
Time's up. It's only been a few months. He should have. The member for Lyne should have.
The member doesn't have the call, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member for Lyne should have read it like he meant it, because their heart is not in this motion. I'll tell you why their heart's not in this motion, because they know, and the member for Lyne certainly knows, that Tasmanian infrastructure will now go lacking because of the Labor federal government. I worked well with the Minister, the Liberal Minister in Tasmania for Infrastructure and Transport, Michael Ferguson, to actually build things, to get on and do things. Whether they were arterial roads, whether they were the Scottsdale Dam in north-east Tasmania, started and finished in my time as Deputy Prime Minister, because you can get on and build water infrastructure. Those opposite don't understand that concept. They don't get it. They don't want to do it. Now, the person who actually put this motion forward, the member for Moreton, the Brisbane-based MP from Labor, tweeted last November on the 1st, "My grandfather was a grader driver during the Great Depression. If a road hasn't had a grader on it since the 30s, why on earth would a responsible federal government make it a priority now while the population in the bush is decreasing?" Well, that from the person who put this motion forward, it says a lot about the fact that he doesn't have his heart in this motion, and he had a full minute and 5 seconds to go in his 5-minute contribution and still couldn't put the time in to talking about what he supposedly believes in when it comes to infrastructure. Well, let me just remind him of some of the comments that came following that tweet. As a rural bloke, this is the most short-sighted and selfish stance I've heard. Essentially, this doesn't affect me, and I've seen some people relocate to the city, so let's keep the access roads used by many in a third-world condition. Hit the bricks, Graham. That was from Matt Wilson _77. And others. Gray Connolly. Is this honestly the ALP position, that if you live outside an urban area, you should just accept roads that are third world? Well, let me tell you, Mr Speaker, the roads are not only atrocious due to recent weather events in regional Australia, they are dangerous. And what does it take? Does it take a small vehicle, or indeed a heavy truck, to hit a pothole, veer off and kill somebody before somebody does something about an emergency fund for our rural roads? And as the member for Wide Bay reminded me only this morning, you're twice as likely to die on a regional road than you are on a metropolitan road, and yet the member for Moreton talks about more cycle paths in Canberra. I mean, go figure. More cycle paths in Canberra. I mean, if you ever see a pothole in Canberra, you would think that, you know, the members representing the Canberra electorates, they throw their hands up and think this is the worst thing of all. Well, cars in rural Australia at the moment are veering sideways every which way to avoid the very dangerous potholes that have been caused by recent weather events. As the Minister for Infrastructure, I put record funding into local roads and community infrastructure under Roads to Recovery, and it's incumbent upon this government to do something about the dreadful state of rural roads at the moment. But the member for Moreton, in his tweet, talked about the population in the bush decreasing. Well, it's just not true. It's just not true. In fact, regional Australia grew by 832,000 people, increasing by 11%. In stats available on the Australian Bureau of Statistics data since the 2017 ERP. Regional cities were the growth area during COVID, and you know that, Mr Speaker, and so do so many others. Apparently that's been lost on the member for Moreton. Our regional electorates deserve the funding. It's not about pork barrelling, it's about them getting their fair share. It's about them getting the key infrastructure that they need, whether that's dams, and I note that so much of the money has been pulled out of the dam water infrastructure that we had in there, and it's being put into such things as cycle paths in Canberra. And this is a disgrace.
yeah, sure, we need our public servants to have good facilities and amenities and infrastructure like everybody else, but not at the expense of regional, rural and remote people who carried this nation during COVID-19. Agriculture, resources carried this nation when everybody else was pulling the doona up over their head and worrying about the pandemic. Regional Australians were rolling up their sleeve and getting on with the job of carrying this nation, of burdening, of shouldering the burden of responsibility to keep this nation's economy going. And for the member for Moreton to come in here and talk up infrastructure when Labor is actually pulling back infrastructure, taking it away from the regional areas that protected and saved this nation during the pandemic, is quite frankly a disgrace. He should be ashamed of himself, and so should Labor, for ruining the bush during the budget.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Moreton for this motion, and he knows that the growth of this country is in the region. That's why I put this motion forward. And the fact is that he is a great supporter of the regions, and we're fortunate in federal Labor that we've got a Prime Minister who not only understands the regions but understands infrastructure, and that's why we saw such investments that we did, including in my electorate and in the Northern Territory in this budget. The Prime Minister knows, as does the member for Moreton, that there has been a shift to our regions from capital cities during COVID. Lots of Australians are realising that outside of Sydney and Melbourne and perhaps Brisbane, there's a great life to be had. It's a balance of work and lifestyle. There are many benefits to living in the regions, and more than that, I guess, if we're going to have sustainable economic growth into the future, that cannot happen without enabling infrastructure for our regions. There is a massive untapped potential in our country, including in my electorate and the member for Lingiari's electorate in the Northern Territory. And that's why in this recent budget there was a massive $2.5 billion, that's with a B, Deputy Speaker, investment into this enabling infrastructure in the Northern Territory. 1.5 of that is going towards the Middle Arm Sustainable Development Precinct, and I'll reflect on that a bit. This development at Middle Arm is a centrepiece for the Northern Territory, moving towards a more sustainable economy into the future. In fact, moving towards a $40 billion economy, but sustainable. Now, the Northern Territory has abundant natural resources from solar. We've got plenty of sun, but also critical minerals, and we'll need those to build the batteries and the solar panels as we move as a nation, as part of a concerted global commitment to work towards a clean energy economy. So at Middle Arm, we're going to build a renewable energy hub. Now, Sun Cable, honourable members would have heard about it, is going to be the largest solar project in the world. They'll be part of the Middle Arm development, as well as green hydrogen and ammonia also manufactured there, which of course are the foundations for cleaner fuel and a sustainable future feeding the planet. We're also going to have a data storage centre there powered by solar power, which will serve global markets. Now, it's not, Mr Deputy Speaker, as some have misleadingly claimed, a petrochemicals hub. As the Chief Minister, Natasha Files, has said as recently as the weekend, it is not, and I quote, "it is not a petrochemical plant." For Territorians who might just be starting to hear about this project, it's identifying that we need that balance between our harbour and our environment, but we also need to have industry rather than having 8 or 10 projects that in isolation might seem okay, but then we get to the end of it and go, hang on, they're scattered throughout our harbour. As a single project, they're all okay, but as a collective, its co-location and doing a whole assessment of that Middle Arm project, but each project will go through the appropriate checks and balances individually as well. So it's shared resources and enabling infrastructure, which is what this Commonwealth Government investment is all about. The Chief Minister went on to say that the Territory's rigorous environmental rules would also ensure the environment was covered as the project went ahead. She said, it's really important for Territorians to understand we've got some of the most vigorous environmental protections and community impact legislation that we've worked through, and this will go through every assessment, end quote. So that's the NT Chief Minister, and she, as I do, are deeply committed to the environmental health of our beautiful Darwin Harbour, and are absolutely committed to that.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm privileged to serve in the role as the Assistant Shadow Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. And when I assumed that position, I took the opportunity to recodify, if you like, the Coalition's commitment to $120 billion worth of infrastructure projects in the nation's infrastructure pipeline. Now, that's the legacy of the Coalition government, having worked very hard to establish that pipeline. And why did we do that? Well, we did that because, of course, infrastructure is the driving force behind a nation's economy. It's about making our freight task safer and more efficient. It's about growing the productivity of the nation. And on budget night, I was concerned to see what had happened to the $120 billion pipeline. And we need to be really clear, because those opposite are running a very cute Me Too campaign on infrastructure. It's like, yeah, us too. So much so that they're even claiming to have maintained $120 billion in the infrastructure pipeline. But when you dig a little deeper, you start to be introduced to phrases like reprofiling expenditure. So effectively what's happened is two things. Flat out, there's $2.8 billion worth of projects that have been cancelled. So that's clear. If you wanted to know about that, there's a bunch of people walking around Parliament at the moment running a campaign to build the Rocky Ring Road. Now, that was a project of incredible importance to the people of Queensland, and particular importance to the people of Rockhampton. That was out to tender, and it's been cancelled. So you can't really run the Me Too argument, or at least have a go explaining it to those people that have travelled over 3 days, 20 hours of driving, over 2,000 kilometres to come here to simply make one statement: keep your promise. And of course, that statement relates to the then Leader of the Opposition, Anthony Albanese, making a statement that he would continue with the building of the ring road. But I'm more interested about the too cute by half approach when it comes to infrastructure otherwise. $6.5 billion in unspecified. This was a government that said they would come and be more transparent, more open with the Australian people. Unspecified road and rail projects that have been delayed. Now, that's not me saying it. That's their budget, straight out of the budget documents. And of course, if you're running a Me Too argument when it's really not the Me Too situation or reality, then you also start claiming credit for projects that were coalition commitments and embedded in a series of budgets leading up to it. My friend opposite just mentioned the Middle Arm project. Well, of course, that is a coalition project, which I'm grateful for those opposite have seen the merit in. There are others. The Outback Way project, for example. In South Australia, a congestion and busting project in Marion. But, you know, I then looked for fresh money in the budget, because that's what you do. It's not about what's already in the budget and project and programmed over 4 years, albeit what I said about reprofiling out of the forward estimate. Where's the new money? And I've got to tell you, there's scant little of it. And where it exists, it doesn't prioritise regional Australia, which disproportionately carries the burden of our nation's freight task. I mean, no one's going to argue with me that the disproportionate amount of the freight task occurs in regional Australia as we take our product, whether it's off-farm or out of a mine, to its destination, often ports in metropolitan cities. And I think, so what I was doing was looking for fresh money, and I found some from a South Australian perspective, and I thought, brilliant. $460 million for infrastructure projects, new money in the budget for South Australia. But then I checked the footnote. You know what the footnote said? Over 10 years. So those opposite are celebrating the fact that they're spending $460 million of new money in South Australia on road projects over 10 years. $400 million of that on the Stewart, Augusta and Dukes highways. Technically, that money could be spent in 2032. Please, $120 billion infrastructure in the pipeline. You're running a Me Too argument, come into this place with a self-congratulatory motion like this, you're kidding yourself.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Deputy Speaker, well, I am delighted to rise today to speak on this motion, acknowledging the nation-building infrastructure that the Albanese government is delivering in its very first budget. In my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast, the state of our roads is incredibly important. Our train line ends at Bomaderry, so we rely on our roads more heavily than places like Wollongong or Sydney. The South Coast is a major tourism drawcard, and the Princes Highway is the lifeblood that connects tourists to our magnificent towns and villages. It's also the connector that brings in feed for farmers' cattle, connects our produce with national and international markets, as well as takes our kids to school and allows people to get to work. In school holidays, it can take local people 2, 3, 4 times as long to get anywhere, and that's on a good day. If there's an accident, which heartbreakingly there is all too often, then traffic can be stuck at a standstill for hours. Many of our road black spots and bottlenecks are notorious. Local people know where they are and know that they could be fixed with the right investment. Our community has been fighting for the infrastructure we deserve for many years, and I have been a proud champion of that fight. Together, I have joined with our community to call on the previous federal government to bring forward promised funding for the Princes Highway, particularly in the wake of the bushfires and the pandemic when we needed the economic boost. We fought for a flyover for the Jervis Bay Road intersection, an infamous pinch point where the New South Wales government wanted to stick a roundabout. Another famous pinch point, traffic moving to a standstill through the Milton and Ulladulla townships. We need a bypass desperately, but governments at a state and federal level have dragged their heels. I spent years calling for this funding to be brought forward. They resisted, but we won on every occasion, helping to deliver hundreds of millions of dollars in local road improvements, dragging Liberal state and federal governments kicking and screaming every step of the way. These are just a few examples of the roads projects I have helped to secure from opposition, and as part of the community, there are many more. It's been hard work, but together we are starting to see real improvement. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is delivering billions of dollars in nation-building infrastructure, and my electorate on the New South Wales South Coast is a top priority. As part of the budget, we have recommitted $752 million in Australian government funding for the Milton-Ulladulla bypass because we know how important it is. I'm incredibly proud of that. We've also delivered $40 million to help Shoalhaven City Council fix local potholed roads, which are in a terrible state after months of relentless rain. It won't do everything, but it's a start. For comparison, the New South Wales government has given local councils a share in $50 million to help fix the roads, something that was celebrated by our local state members. But honestly, Deputy Speaker, how far will that go? A few $100,000 per council won't make much of a dent. Deputy Speaker, the new Nowra Bridge will be a fantastic asset for the Shoalhaven community, but it won't solve all of our problems. What we need now is the Nowra bypass, and I have been joining with local people calling for this for many years. Liberal governments at a state and federal level haven't wanted to know about this project. We could be ready to start construction now, but they have ignored our calls for years. During the election campaign, I was the first one to make a commitment for the Narra bypass, and now I have delivered $32 million as part of the budget to get the pre-planning works finally started. I was really delighted that the New South Wales Government committed $8 million towards this during the campaign, but it turns out this was another hollow statement, because in their last budget before the state election, they didn't include $1 for the Narra bypass. The minister said the Albanese government needed to deliver on our promise first. A strange perspective if you ask me. But today I say to the minister, we have delivered on our commitment. Now it is time for you to deliver on yours. We need the Narra bypass off the ground, and I will keep working every day to ensure this happens as quickly as possible.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government is very selective when it comes to strategic nation building, it seems. We're at a critical time in our nation's economy. The smart thing to do would be to invest in the parts of Australia that are producing nations wealth and make sure that they receive their required infrastructure. But apparently, this Labor government is more concerned with rewarding those who voted for them and punishing those who didn't. You see, when the Coalition was in government, we invested billions in regional roads like the Mackay Ring Road and the Mackay North Access Upgrade, which is a huge reprieve for all road users in and around Mackay. We funded upgrades to the Horton River Bridge and delivered record funding for all upgrades to local roads in regional councils. Along the Bruce Highway, we delivered funding for overtaking lanes, shoulders and widening the roads. We targeted black spots and increased rest areas. The Coalition has done significant legwork, and now the new Labor government is rolling all of that back. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, the inaction, the delays and the cuts in regional Australia is history repeating itself for Labor. First, we saw it in the state government, and now we're seeing it in the federal government. Take the roadworks north and south of Bowen, for example, right smack in the middle of my electorate of Dawson. The Coalition government funded these works to ensure safer and more efficient roads, but the state Labor government has dropped the ball. Nothing is happening. You can't even call them roadworks because no works is actually being done. It's stagnant, and now speed limits are reduced to a crawl. Worst of all, the state Labor government doesn't seem to care too much. I've written to the Roads Minister, and I'm still waiting a reply. And what have I heard? Nothing. Crickets. While the member for Moreton, his Infrastructure Minister, might want to herald their Bruce Highway funding as a coup for regional Australia, in reality, the funding is all for Brisbane and surrounds. I mean, what an insult to the 30% of Australians who live in regional Australia. What an insult to the people in my electorate of Dawson. The Bruce Highway is our main connector from the city to the bush. It is the key road that allows supplies to be delivered to Dawson, for our industries, for our farms, for our hospitals. It is a vital corridor to get our produce to market, and more importantly, the food and fibre to the shelves of the Australian supermarkets and the shops. The Bruce Highway enables residents in Dawson to get to their medical appointments. When you're in the bush, you don't have specialists just around the corner. More importantly, Deputy Speaker, the safety of our families and road users in regional Australia is at stake. We know that twice as many people die on roads in the country as they do in the cities. And the politicking of this new government is making my people more vulnerable. The neglect of our highway at the hands of state Labor exposes a disdain towards those who didn't vote for them. The previous Coalition government gave them money to complete the works, but the project continues to fall down on the list of priorities. Regional Aussies deserve more from their government, who was elected to represent everyone, not just those who vote for them, particularly in the southeast corner. Not only are these actions reckless, they are just plain foolish. Our part of the world, in central and north Queensland, is one of the biggest heavyweights in producing our nation's wealth. Our ag, our coal, There's a lost opportunity here for Labor. Here in this last budget, they need to continue the good work of the coalition. When regional Australia is strong, the whole nation is strong. But this government is leaving regional Australia behind, and it will be at the nation's peril. I'm urging the Infrastructure Minister and this Labor government to right this wrong. Prioritise regional infrastructure, look after regional and rural Australia, because regional and rural Australia looks after you. Otherwise, this whole nation, this great nation of ours, will suffer, and it is purely not acceptable. Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor needs to do the right thing here and look after those who look after Australia.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Moreton for moving this motion, and I was really delighted to have the opportunity to second this. And I'm really thrilled, as I know the member for Moreton is too, to be part of an Albanese government with a Minister for Infrastructure who really cares about making sure that all of our communities have the transport infrastructure that they need to thrive. And I also note the member for Ballarat, the Minister for Infrastructure, knows my electorate very well, my electorate of Chisholm, having grown up there, and in fact my grandfather was her maths teacher, so I really always like reflecting on that local connection. And to paint a picture of what my electorate is like, we have wonderful schools. People move into my electorate for the high quality schools, public and private, people who want to see their children go to one of the two local universities, Deakin and Monash University. But one of the big issues at the moment is that we're lacking in the transport infrastructure we need to really unlock the economic potential of this part of Melbourne. We're just about to open a heart hospital on the Monash University campus in Clayton. Moderna, of course, has just announced that they'll be establishing their premises, creating thousands of jobs in my electorate too, but the issue is we've lacked for too long the vital north to south and east to west connections in particular parts of my electorate. So one of the very first announcements I was able to make during the election campaign, and I'm so delighted to see that we've committed to this in the budget, is a business case for the Trackless Rapid Transport project. Now, what this is a project that will connect Caulfield to Rowville. So that cuts through the southern part of my electorate across Wellington Road. And what that means is that people who will need to go to the university to access the new heart hospital, which is Australia's first specialist cardiac hospital, will be able to do so easily without being in congested traffic, with a dedicated special lane for this trackless rapid transport vehicle. Now, of course, many people have spoken about connecting this part of Melbourne with transport infrastructure, but it is the federal Labor government who've made that first commitment to investigate a business case, and I'm so pleased, and I know my community is so pleased. I know the university is very delighted with this, having led that project, and I thank them for their efforts there in putting together the work that was so compelling to me to understand why it is exactly that we need this particular transport to be provided. And I know that with Moderna, with the synchrotron, with the CSIRO, with so many other innovative businesses wanting to establish themselves in this precinct in Clayton, it will be a very welcome investment indeed. Additionally, the suburban rail loop will make it easier to access the northern to southern corridor through my electorate, and will finally connect Monash and Deakin universities to one another. And that opens up a whole lot of collaborative opportunities that I know a lot of people, myself included, are really excited about. And it was, of course, at the announcement for the $2.2 billion to be invested in the suburban rail loop, I think it's really timely to remember this week that the Prime Minister, now Prime Minister, was asked whether he supported a pay rise for some of the lowest paid workers in the country, and of course he said absolutely, because that is what a federal Labor government does stand for. And again, better jobs will be possible when we have these better transport connections. as I said, it really is key to unlocking the economic potential in the southeast. And, you know, I was really dismayed to see under the former coalition government the city deal, which was so hard fought for by the local community for the southeast of Melbourne, effectively ripped up. We've been waiting for the kinds of investment we're seeing from the Labor government at the moment in my area. I know that local industry, businesses, educational institutions, and of course residents are really excited about what this will mean. I'm just thrilled to be part of a government who's actually making commitments to get things done and things that have been sorely lacking for years. And it's a delight to me to be part of such a visionary government, led, of course, by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and with our very capable Minister for Infrastructure, the member for Ballarat. I once again thank the member for Moreton for moving this very important motion today. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Chisholm mentioned Wellington Road, and it's interesting that she talks about the funding in Wellington Road. It's something I'm passionate about and have spoken about in this House. What she failed to mention when she discussed Wellington Road was the $110 million that this government has ripped out of the duplication of Wellington Road in the Outer East, in Casey, in Aston, in Latrobe. And that duplication was about saving lives and about getting people off the Dandenong Ranges in a bushfire emergency. It was to duplicate the line to allow emergency services to get up the mountain and residents to get off. This motion talks about getting families home safely. I would love to hear from the government about another project that's more important than allowing people to escape from bushfires. So once again, we hear a lot from this government. We heard it from the member of Chisholm. A lot of spin, a lot of talk, but they don't talk about the money they're ripping from communities to save lives in a bushfire emergency. The former coalition government wanted to help regional Australians. They wanted to expand infrastructure projects, making roads safer and more effective and employing Australians along the way. And in the same budget where the Labor Party has ignored the important infrastructure projects at hand, they've also cancelled about $2 billion in grants that were promised by the coalition. Additionally, the Labor Party is cutting $4.6 billion of the previous coalition government's water projects over the next 12 years. We heard from the member from Chisholm, and we've heard from a lot of government members, particularly in Victoria, about the $2.2 billion that they've committed to the Victorian suburban rail loop. But what you will not hear from any member of this government is that that project has not gone through the independent assessment by Infrastructure Australia. When they were in opposition, there was plenty of talk about how important Infrastructure Australia was, but once again, they say one thing in opposition, do another in government. The Prime Minister himself, when he was opposition leader in March, said in his budget reply speech, and I quote, "Labor will make sure that those investments really stack up using the Infrastructure Australia model that I established." Less than 6 months into this government, and he's already thrown that out the window. Now I wonder, why on this $2.2 billion, with a project that it's expected to cost up to $125 billion to complete by 2085, has he changed? Why has he rushed this through on such a big and significant project? Could it be that his friend, his barbecue friend, the Premier Daniel Andrews, has an election in 2 to 3 weeks, Deputy Speaker? Could it be that? As they say, what a coincidence. Once again, this Prime Minister playing politics with taxpayers' money to support his friend Daniel Andrews. It's very similar to his broken promise on the $275 cut to power bills that we know is not going to happen. They boasted in this budget, the Albanese government, about the savings they're going to make. But again, what they didn't talk about is the majority of these savings coming from deferred or cancelled projects, whether it's road or rail. And an example of this, these deferred projects impact people. And that's what's been lost in this by those opposite when they laud these decisions. Decisions like the Rockhampton Ring Road indefinitely delaying that. That's pulling the rug underneath nearly 1,000 workers that were prepared and reliant on starting work in January of next year. 2 or 3 months away and their lives have been changed. You don't hear about that from those opposite. The Ring Road group came to Canberra today wanting action, and I hope the Albanese government will at least have the decency to listen to these residents and these workers who are impacted by this. And of the upgrades that have been announced and noted in this bill, many have been re-announced by the Albanese government, as these projects were already in place by the Coalition, including the Bruce Highway in Queensland and the nearly $700 million allocated for the Outback Way. As we see, whether it's cancelling these infrastructure projects, whether it's cancelling the Better Regions program without even looking at it, causing community groups to invest time and money and effort to put their applications in good faith. This government cancelled every application, costing them that time and money. They're going to launch a new program. I dare say it will be very similar, if not identical, to the current program, but they need to get their political spin, but costing community groups time and money. There's community groups that were relying on that fund to deliver their projects.
Time has expired, and indeed the time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, motion to be moved by the member for Barara.
And I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to West Jerusalem in the terms it appears on the notice paper. I spent the last week in Israel, the Palestinian territories and the United Arab Emirates. The original purpose of my visit was to examine how the Abraham Accords are changing the Middle East for the better. The Abraham Accords put to death two canards of this debate. First, that there can be no peace between Israel and its Arab neighbours while the Israel-Palestine issue remains unresolved. And second, that the central problem in the Middle East is Israel-Palestine. It's not. The real challenge in the Middle East is the export of terrorism and regional destabilisation by Iran, and the prevalence of failed states like Syria and Lebanon, which are being picked over by a range of terrorist organisations like ISIS and the Iranian-backed Hezbollah. Unfortunately, rather than celebrating the Abraham Accords, I was constantly having to confront the real sense of hurt that the Australian government's decision to reverse our policy on Jerusalem has had on Israelis. Make no mistake, this was big news in Israel, and it's damaged our relationship with a significant ally and the only democracy in the Middle East. I explained this was not a bipartisan decision and that a future coalition government would revert to recognising West Jerusalem as Israel's capital. Labor's decision-making was shambolic and wrong. Labor had 3 positions on this issue in 24 hours. There was no consultation with Israel, and the decision was announced on Simchat Torah. It's hard to think of a more chaotic piece of foreign policy making in the history of Australia. It was a decision that sends a bad message to all other countries with whom we have long-standing alliances and friendships. The decision was lauded by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Now, you know you're making bad policy decisions when they're endorsed by listed terrorist organisations like those. West Jerusalem has been part of Israel since 1948. It looks like every other capital city in the world. The Knesset, Israel's parliament, is there. The Supreme Court is there. The Prime Minister lives there. The President lives there. West Jerusalem is not a final status issue. I want to address the government's 3 justifications for their decision. First, they say the position to not recognise West Jerusalem had been the position of every government between 1967 and 2018. The simple answer to this proposition is to say that the previous policy was wrong. It was a pointless charade, and to me as a Jewish Australian, it was an offensive form of anti-Semitism, singling Israel out by pretending its capital was somewhere other than where it actually was. And it was good that this was finally corrected by the Morrison government. But when the correct decision has been made by an Australian government, it's no justification for the succeeding government to revert to the previous offensive position by saying that the correct position was out of step with those governments who were in error. Second, they argue that the decision was out of step with a range of countries, including France, Spain, South Korea, New Zealand, Germany, Japan, the EU, Singapore, Canada, the UK, Sweden, Finland and Norway. Well, Australia has its own independent foreign policy based on facts, principles and our national interest. It's not some form of groupthink. Third, they described the Morrison government's announcement as a political stunt. It was not a stunt, it was a policy decision made in an orthodox manner. Over 2 months between making the announcement that the government was considering recognising West Jerusalem as Israel's capital and the final decision, there were consultations led by the Secretaries of PM&C, DFAT and Home Affairs. Community representatives and people closely involved with the Middle East peace process were involved, and the Prime Minister raised the issue with other world leaders personally in bilateral meetings he had, that's Prime Minister Morrison. Compare that process with Labor's shambolic approach, and one can only conclude that the reversal of this decision came about to appease extreme elements in the ALP. On Israel, Labor speaks with a forked tongue. Before the election, Labor promised they were in lockstep with the coalition. The Attorney-General wrote in the Jewish News, and I quote, "Australia has had for generations spoken with one voice in support of Israel. Labor's own history of steadfast support for Israel extends back to well before the founding of the modern state in 1948. The truth is you don't have to look far to see the reality and value of bipartisanship when it comes to Israel." Well, it took only a few months for Labor to demonstrate this was untrue. As Peter Wertheim from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry pointed out, the ECAJ's pre-election survey asked, "Please outline your party's policies on the recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital, including any additional measures it would take if elected to government." In their answer, the position Labor put to the Jewish community going into the election made no mention that it would cease to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. As Peter Wertheim has written, significantly there was no statement, as previously, that Labor would reverse the Morrison government's decision. Was this misleading? It was certainly less than full disclosure, Mr Wertheim says. It's time for the Albanese government to reverse their decision. If they don't, Deputy Speaker, then the next coalition government will. Australia should not be making foreign policy in such a chaotic way, particularly when that policy alienates long-standing allies like Israel.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I give the call. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion, but not in support of it. It provides an opportunity in this place to restate the government's commitment for a two-state solution for Palestine and Israel, and for there to be calm and thoughtful discussion rather than political point scoring. I speak on this issue knowing how easily my words can be extracted and manipulated, and I think it's in everyone's interests, particularly those who are suffering the consequences of a system that divides and segregates people depending on whether they're Jewish or Muslim, that we retain the context in which comments are made. We do need to recall the history that's led to us returning to a long-standing policy not to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, nor to have an intent to move our embassy to West Jerusalem. While the timing and manner of the announcement was regrettable, it's a long-held Australian government policy. Since 1948, when the State of Israel was founded, successive Australian governments, no matter whether they were Labor or coalition, had a policy of not recognising West Jerusalem as Israel's capital. Until 2018, there was a strong bipartisanship on this matter. The Morrison government decision to reject bipartisanship followed a decision by then US President Donald Trump to recognise West Jerusalem as Israel's capital in 2017, and then to move the US embassy there the following year. In the heat of the Wentworth by-election, triggered by the resignation of former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, Prime Minister Morrison's decision to follow Trump's lead was announced. It was a decision dropped to the media by the Prime Minister on the same day he told the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and only a day after he told his Foreign Minister. I note that in spite of a big splash announcement, the fine print recognised that the embassy would not actually move from Tel Aviv. Deputy Speaker, I have no interest in playing people against one another, and my respect for both the Jewish community and for the Palestinian people remains strong. Australia has always been a steadfast friend of Israel, being one of the first countries to formally recognise Israel under Labor Prime Minister Ben Chifley. And we have long supported Palestinians, including by providing humanitarian support. Australia's development cooperation is a demonstration of our practical and genuine commitment to the Palestinian people and a recognition of the economic, health, education and social disadvantages they face. But there is a desperate need to re-engage in the peace process. In the last month, the UN Middle East envoy said 2022 is looking to be the deadliest year for Palestinians living in the West Bank since the UN began keeping records of fatalities 17 years ago. with 32 Palestinians, including 6 children, killed by Israeli forces in the last month and 311 injured, while 2 Israeli forces personnel were killed and 25 Israeli civilians injured by Palestinians. It is no wonder the Palestinian UN ambassador has urged the Security Council to do more to protect and promote the two-state solution. Deputy Speaker, in this motion, the member for Barara states that Australia's recognition of West Jerusalem as Israel's capital in 2018 did not in any way preempt the outcome of peace negotiations or undermine the prospects of achieving a peaceful settlement of the conflict based on the UN-endorsed principle of 2 states for 2 people. I see it differently. The Morrison government policy change caused conflict and distress, all for an attempt at short-term political game-playing domestically. The status of Jerusalem, including West Jerusalem, is a final status issue that should be resolved as part of any peace negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian people. Having visited Jerusalem in 2017 and walked that maze of narrow alleyways in the Old Quarter and seen the history that fills its 4 quarters, Christian, Muslim, Jewish and Armenian, and visited some of their most revered and holy sites, I know this place should not be subject to snap political decisions during a by-election on the other side of the world. On that visit, many Jewish, Christian and Muslim leaders stressed to me their desire for peace and to be able to live side by side. So I support our decision on West Jerusalem, and lest there be any doubt, let me restate, we support the recognition and right of Israel and Palestine to exist as 2 states within secure and internationally recognised borders.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business, the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to support strongly this motion calling on the government to reverse its recent decision to no longer recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel and to apologise to the Australian people, to Israel and to the Australian Jewish community. This motion is necessary, Mr Deputy Speaker, because of a shockingly badly executed and fundamentally ill-judged decision by the government. On the 17th of October, media reported that the Department of Foreign Affairs website had removed references to the recognition of West Jerusalem as Israel's capital and the commitment to move the embassy. A spokesman for Foreign Minister Penny Wong was asked for clarification and had this to say, quotes, "The former government made the decision to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. No decision to change that has been made by the government," close quotes. The very next day, the Foreign Minister announced at a press conference that Australia would reverse the recognition of West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Extraordinarily and insultingly, the announcement occurred on the Jewish holy day of Simchat Torah and just 2 weeks before an election in Israel. The Minister for Foreign Affairs did not demonstrate how this abrupt reversal of position was in the national interest. And indeed, what was particularly troubling about this decision was that it treated so many stakeholders with contempt. The Israeli ambassador was not informed of the decision before the announcement. The Israeli government was not informed. Israel's Prime Minister Lapid had this to say, quotes, "In light of the way in which this decision was made, as a hasty response to an incorrect report in the media, we can only hope that the Australian government manages other matters more seriously and professionally," close quotes. The Israeli government summoned Australia's ambassador to Israel to explain the government's change in policy. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry said the decision was made in, quotes, "a shoddy manner" and was, quotes, "poor policy," and it was, quotes, "no way to treat an ally." It's interesting to note that members of the government themselves expressed disappointment, as did a former Labor member of this place, Michael Danby, who said the government's decision was, quotes, "chaotic and unprofessional." Of course, this decision was welcomed by some, Mr Deputy Speaker, by 2 listed terrorist organisations, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And the Albanese Labor government, has chosen to give comfort to those organisations at the same time as treating very badly long-standing friends of Australia. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, there was no mention during the last election campaign by Labor of its plan to reverse this policy. Indeed, on the contrary, elected senior Labor parliamentarians assured concerned stakeholders that on the question of Israel it didn't matter which way they voted. The now Attorney-General wrote in the Australian Jewish News, claiming that across domestic politics Australia, quotes, spoke with one voice, close quotes. And the member for Macnamara made similar claims on March 18 in the Australian Jewish News, saying that Australia's Jewish community should feel proud that its interests would be safeguarded, quotes, irrespective of whoever forms government, close quotes. I have seen no apology from either the Attorney-General or the member for Macnamara for their involvement in this shameful misleading of a significant and respected community, the Australian Jewish community. I contrast, Mr Deputy Speaker, this very poor process with the careful process our former government followed in 2018. A decision announced by then Prime Minister Morrison in December 2018 that the Australian government would recognise West Jerusalem, the seat of the Knesset, and many of the institutions of government of Israel as the capital of Israel, a decision which, of course, respected both a commitment to a two-state solution and long-standing respect for relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. The then government committed to moving the Australian Embassy to West Jerusalem when practical and in support of and after the final status determination of a two-state solution. In making this decision, Australia acknowledged the aspirations of the Palestinian people for a future state with its capital in East Jerusalem, and the announcement was made following a detailed review by the Secretaries of the Departments of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Foreign Affairs and Trade, Defence and Home Affairs, and extensive consultation. The decision that the current government made recently was badly executed, it was fundamentally wrong, and the Coalition has no hesitation in calling on the government to reverse it.
Is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by commending the comments of the member for Macquarie a few moments ago. Mr Deputy Speaker, this matter was raised in a matter of public importance in the House of Representatives only a couple of weeks ago. It got no traction then, and this motion won't get any traction either. And it won't get any traction because the facts with respect to this whole issue are absolutely clear. The decision initially by the Morrison government to relocate the Australian Embassy to West Jerusalem and to follow in the footsteps of the USA was nothing but a cynical political manoeuvre in the lead-up to the Wentworth by-election in 2018. A manoeuvre which ultimately failed, and after it failed, the Morrison government backed down on its decision anyway, and the embassy has remained in Tel Aviv ever since. As the Minister for Foreign Affairs quite rightly pointed out in her press statement of October this year, and I quote directly from it, "Today the government has reaffirmed Australia's previous and long-standing position that Jerusalem is a final status issue that should be resolved as part of any peace negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian people." It goes on to say, "Australia's embassy has always been and remains in Tel Aviv," end of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, on a quick research I did, there are some 90 embassies in Israel. 86 of them are in Tel Aviv. The 4 that are not include the American and 3 other countries that have followed, obviously, in the American footsteps. But 86 are in Tel Aviv, which means that the global opinion is that that's where they ought to be. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I won't go into the quotes of Australian Labor Party leaders over the years, but I'll quote from some of the Liberal leaders over the 70 years or so since the embassy was first established there. Prime Minister Howard, Prime Minister Abbott and Prime Minister Turnbull all accepted Tel Aviv as being the place for the Australian Embassy to be. Liberal Prime Minister Howard, in a joint press conference with the PLO chairman Yasser Arafat in May of the year 2000 said, and I quote, "The status of Jerusalem is something that will be resolved by the parties in the discussion." In other words, there needs to be further dialogue on that very issue. Liberal Foreign Minister Bishop said plainly too, and again I'll quote, "Matters relating to Jerusalem are subject to final status negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority." Mr Deputy Speaker, even the Gorton government, after the 1967 agreement, did not recognise anything else but that. It seems to me that if you go through the decades, one government after the other in this country, and in particular Liberal governments or coalition governments, have consistently accepted that Tel Aviv is the capital of Israel and that that's where our embassy should be. It was only the cynical attempt by the Morrison government that sought to change that. And when members opposite now come into the chamber and talk about the manoeuvres of this government, can I say it was their own government that made a decision without, I understand, their foreign minister of the day even being aware, without any consultation and without any advice from the very departments that they should have sought advice on if they were going to make such a move. It is clear, and absolutely clear, that it was a decision made with one purpose and one purpose only, and that was to try and win over the Jewish vote in the Wentworth by-election, a manoeuvre which not only failed then, but ultimately resulted in the Morrison government having to reverse its own position on the matter. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Labor Party and the government well understands that the position with respect to Jerusalem is one that requires a great deal of negotiation into the future. It is a matter that we understand is very important to both Israel and the Palestinian people. And it's a matter that will only be resolved by negotiations and dialogue. It won't be resolved by political tactics in this place, similar to those used by the Morrison government in 2018 and which are now being used again to try and justify this confectious outrage about Labor's decision to simply do what has been done from day one, and that is to recognise Tel Aviv as the capital of Jerusalem, and that's where our embassy should be.
Question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion from my colleague, the member for Berowra, and really respond to some of the things that we're hearing from the Australian Labor Party and the government. Australia's voice internationally is well regarded, recognised as a voice for human and individual rights, and of course it speaks regularly in a minority sense for these high moral ground positions. And the member for Macon is better than an argument that the Labor Party is making, saying that because a majority thinks something, that Australia should just do that. A majority of countries today, a newsflash for the Labor Party, deny Israel's right to exist. They have anti-Semitism embedded in their cultures and their thinking. Does that mean Australia's voice should join with a so-called majority of countries that happen to think that way? I don't believe so. Thankfully, as a Western country, as a country dedicated to principles of freedom and individual human rights and liberty, Australia's voice has always been on the side of individual and human rights. And it has stood strongly for Israel from the beginning of the modern nation of Israel, because we understand that it has a right to exist, a right denied by many countries today. And for the Labor Party to argue that we should join with the majority who happen to be wrong about something, morally wrong, reprehensibly wrong, objectively, that we should not be in a minority on human rights because human rights violators say that Israel should not exist, I think is fundamentally a weak argument and a weak position. Further, for the Labor Party to suggest that because they believe there was a political tactic a few years ago, that then in government, that's the reason they have done this change, is fundamentally incorrect as well. This is Labor's long-standing platform and belief. I accept that. I accept that. This is not because of a political tactic of the Morrison government. It is embedded within the Labor Party. It is a dark chapter in the Labor Party's modern history, their attitude towards Israel and subsequently towards Jewish people. It is a dark chapter. The evidence in Australia is compelling. It is growing. And I know many of the members opposite feel strongly about this as well, that this dark chapter in the Labor Party's modern history does need to be tempered because it is getting out of control. And it is getting out of control now when a government, with no consultation, makes this announcement, and they know full well the impact diplomatically this will have. This is not about Tel Aviv versus Jerusalem.
Order. Order.
The member for Macon took us on a modern history lesson, but an ancient history lesson, any cursory examination of Middle Eastern history, people understand why the issue of Jerusalem is so important to the Jewish people and why it will always be central to the Jewish religion and the State of Israel and its construct. So if just because a number of countries say we don't recognise your right to exist, Australia should not join those voices just because we believe they're wrong. We believe in the right principles of standing up for a two-state solution. That has been the guiding principle of peace in the Middle East and the Australian government's position for a long time, and I don't believe it should change. And the fact that it is now being adjusted by the Labor Party, and it is being adjusted and undermined, they understand the timing, the impact this will have. If the United States of America, regardless of who the president is, decides to take a bold step in favour of human and individual rights and the right for Israel to exist, I believe Australia was right to support them and endorse them. I've always thought that. I've always believed it. From my studies of Middle Eastern history at university, I've always felt that Israel has a right to exist, that the Jewish people have a right to self-determination, and a two-state solution is the only basis for peace in the Middle East. It's the common-sense position. It's the position the United Nations endorses. And it's something that should not be subject to politics, as members opposite have said. Now, they know the impact of unravelling this. They understand that this is going to have a negative impact in the community. The way it was done was brutal, and I understand that this does give licence to those in the Labor Party, and I don't mean the members opposite, but those in the Labor Party who are part of the dark chapter in the modern Labor Party. The Jewish community in Australia knows it, any casual observer knows it, and we need to send signals to those people that they are not to be given licence to further unravel what is a consistent and reasonable policy position for Australia to take, which is a two-state solution is best. That's why I strongly support this motion from my colleague, the member for Berowra, the member for Bradfield, people who are standing up, many of the new members who've come from the Teal side in the seats. Listen to the voices of the people that represent these seats. Listen to the voices of the community here in Australia. Our relationship with Israel and the Jewish people is so strong, so well-rounded, so developed. We should not compromise that because Labor has some people within it who want to change the course of Australian history.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's been a Jewish community in Australia since the very first days of European settlement, and I'm very proud that I'm descended from a Jewish community that came here in convict days. And it's very important to me that our relationship with Israel is maintained on a positive note and that we continue to support Israel, not just in its existence but in its growth as a 21st century democracy. So I believe in the State of Israel. However, those opposite would seek to undermine our relationship with the State of Israel by their unbelievably cynical approach to the issue of Jerusalem. It's worth noting a little bit of history. The State of Israel was first proclaimed by Israel's first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, in May 1948. Australia recognised the State of Israel in January 1949, and our embassy in Israel was in Tel Aviv from that time, as was the Israeli embassy established in Canberra at the same time, 1949. Those opposite are correct when they say that Jerusalem has incredible significance. It has incredible significance to Islam, to Christianity, and to the Jewish people. And any dealing with the issue of Jerusalem has to take that into account. The way in which this has been politicised, initially by the Morrison government and more recently by those opposite, who can't even make up their mind, won't even give an opinion about what should happen to Australia's embassy in Israel, is nothing short of astounding. They are approaching issues
in a cynical, political, manipulative and inappropriate way. I fully support the Labor government and our Foreign Minister in their decision to rescind the Morrison government's moving of or recognition of Jerusalem as Israeli capital and the want to move the embassy there. This is insulting to our Arab colleagues. It reduces the chances of there being a two-state solution. It implies a less than even-handed approach to peace in the Middle East. It reduces us to little more than vassal states of a Trumpian America. And we should be ashamed of what's happened, not celebrating it. Penny Wong and the Australian Labor government has made the right decision. There is no question. Labor has supported the State of Israel since the founding of the state and the initial appointment of Doc Evatt as the head of the UN ad hoc committee on Palestine, and from every Prime Minister, from every Labor opposition and government ever since has supported the State of Israel. And that is how it should be. And that's what I believe in. I believe in a decent, even-handed approach, and I believe in the hope of eventual peace. And the only realistic prospect of that is with a two-state solution. And nothing makes me more disgusted with the cynical approach of the previous government than this issue. I believe, as Bob Hawke says, that when the bell tolls for Israel, it tolls for all of us. That Israel is an outstanding liberal democracy in the Middle East. They have, at the present time, a very conservative government and one that I don't always agree with, but I believe in the State of Israel. And the only way that we as a government should be dealing with that is an even-handed approach. Even the Lowy Institute notes that the actions of the previous government, the Morrison government, were totally wrong and totally cynical. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise and support the motion moved by the member for Berowra. The government's decision to withdraw recognition of West Jerusalem was rushed and badly handled. It was poorly timed and without proper consultation. It ignores the fact that West Jerusalem has never been contested in any peace negotiations, and it has undermined our ability to play a constructive role in supporting a peaceful two-state solution, which is so vital for the Israeli and Palestinian people. It is a decision the government should reverse and apologise for. Speaker, I want to make clear that I am a strong supporter of a two-state solution in the Middle East. I hope to see a successful Israeli and Palestinian states living side by side in peace in my lifetime. Australia is home to refugees and migrants from across the region and from all sides of this dreadful conflict. Many of these people live and work in Wentworth, and so my community understands more than many the damage that this ongoing conflict has done and the important role that Australia must play in creating a peaceful future. Like so many people in Wentworth and across Australia, I have deep concern for the Palestinian people's suffering, and I unequivocally support, but at the same time, I unequivocally support Israel's right to exist in peace. But that does not mean I support all actions of the Israeli government. We must have peace, and all sides must play their part in creating it. It has therefore never been more important to take actions that promote an enduring two-state solution in the Middle East, and unfortunately the government's recent decision does not help. I'm deeply disappointed by the decision itself and by the process followed to make it. Speaker, Labor has acknowledged itself that this decision was badly handled. Jewish community representatives were informed by the government on Monday the 17th of November there would be no withdrawing recognition. The next day, the government did exactly the opposite. To make matters worse, the decision was announced on a Jewish holy day, meaning community leaders could not respond. and it was poorly handled at the diplomatic level. The government, of course, has the right to change policy, and I recognise that in opposition, Labor had expressed these views. But it is also fair to expect the government to consult with communities and work respectfully with other countries, even if it is a policy that the other country may not like. Sadly, this is not the first time that this issue has been poorly handled by the Australian government. Let's be honest, Scott's Morrison decision to bring the Israeli capital into the 2018 Wentworth by-election was a cynical political decision designed to win votes on the day before my community went to the polls. But whilst the former government's decision was cynically timed, I do not believe it is right for Australia to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. West Jerusalem has been part of Israel since 1948, when the country was established. It has never been contested in any peace negotiations. Its status has never been on the table. It has always been within the Green Line and is not part of the territories which Israel occupied in the 1967 war. There has never been a resolution at the UN calling on Israel to withdraw from West Jerusalem. It is not a contested space. And finally, there is no clear evidence that Australia's recognition of West Jerusalem has in any way undermined peace negotiations, as has been alleged by others. In fact, since 2018, when Australia took this action, 5 Arab states have officially normalised relationships with Israel. Speaker, we cannot pretend that the road to peace is a straightforward one, and we must acknowledge that there will be missteps and false starts along the way. But the difficulty of the issues at hand does not exclude the blunder of the government that the government has made. We must and we can do better.
The question is that the motion division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I secured $48 million when I had a bit of a balance of power to draw up an updated engineering plan costings for Hells Gates Dam. The LNP gave this money, my $48 million, to Townsville Enterprise. Now, they drew up not the Hells Gate, but their Hells Gate. And there is one hell of a difference between the Hells Gate, agreed to and designed by Dr. J.C. Bradfield himself, agreed to by Malcolm Fraser, Prime Minister, by Premier Jocky Peterson, by Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, by Premier Peter Beattie and Sir Leo Hilscher, one of the greatest citizens of our worthy nation. That was the Hells Gate, but they dreamed up a Lilliputian LNP Hells Gate. Now, what it does is destroy the dream of the Australian people, which is to irrigate inland outback Australia, where it rains all the time, to take a little bit of water and put it out there where it droughts all the time, and heartbreak country. The scheme protected the double flood, protected Ingham from the double flood, which would put the whole town under 30 foot of water. It delivered the cheapest and most adequate water supply of any city in Australia to Townsville, and it delivered to Ayr 100,000 hectares of irrigation. All that destroyed.
The member's time has expired, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to draw attention to the Australian Conservation Foundation's children art competition called Wild at Art. It encourages school children aged between 5 and 12 to create an original artwork of one of Australia's threatened species. In Solomon, Henry submitted a portrait of the Arafura snake-eyed skink, and Therese, who painted a very happy dusk-hopping mouse. 11-year-old Maggie drew an excellent regent honey-eater, and 10-year-old Maeve painted a Gordian finch. 7-year-old Shanzay submitted a painting of the mask-faced owl and wrote, and I quote, "People are clearing the land where they live. If you chop down the trees, they won't be able to find a home and live happily. If we don't protect the masked owl, then they won't have babies and there won't be more owls." End quote. The ACF has done a great job of promoting awareness of endangered species, and this competition is a fantastic way to get kids involved in their future environment. Australia is home to a diverse range of species not found anywhere else in the world. I thank these young Territorians, their parents and their teachers. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, Australia's welfare system was created to provide a safety net for our most vulnerable. But for thousands of Australians experiencing domestic violence, outdated social security law is actually making their situation even more dangerous. For instance, survivors of domestic violence, usually women, are pursued by Centrelink for the debts caused by their abusive partner. For example, a perpetrator uses violence to force the survivor into providing incorrect information about their relationship or his income, then forces her to hand over her Centrelink payments. In other words, the survivor never gets a cent but must repay the debt. And making things worse, current legislation doesn't allow for such debts to be waived, which is why in 2017 I introduced the Relieving Domestic Violence Victims of Debt Bill to enable such debts to be waived, not that it was supported by Liberal or Labor. Moreover, Centrelink assesses payments by relationship status, which means that a person trying to flee domestic violence can't access Centrelink payments if they're considered a member of a couple and if her abusive partner is earning over $1,000 a week. This forces survivors to be financially dependent on their abuser at the crucial time when they're deciding whether to stay or to leave. All of which, Deputy Speaker, is so very wrong on so many levels. It needs to be fixed and fixed urgently. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand here in support of my community to present a petition on behalf of residents who have requested financial assistance for those suffering with epilepsy. Those who are not able to receive disability support and are having to pay for all their own medication, doctor's appointments, dietary needs, transportation and seizure warning systems, all of which are a requirement to keep seizures under control. In addition, the side effects of medication, both physically and emotionally, can have a great impact on their everyday lives, and I'm advised can also make working in an employed capacity almost impossible. The petition as presented highlights the importance of desperately needed financial assistance in order to effectively help those living with epilepsy, helping people to maintain a healthy lifestyle, as many within our communities live with the condition throughout their whole life. Times are tough right now, and seizure control is the key to keeping people healthy. However, unfortunately, many people cannot afford the recommended ketogenic diet, which has proven to be helpful for epilepsy and seizure control. Petitioners have requested that the government provide financial assistance to those with epilepsy and experiencing cost of living that is so much higher than others. I know many within my local community do suffer with epilepsy, and I fully understand their request for this financial assistance, given the pressure and impact on their day-to-day living. Thank you.
I just asked the member, are you seeking to table a petition?
Yes, I have the petition here, Deputy
Has the
Speaker.
petition been approved by the Petitions Committee?
Yes, it has.
Excellent. The document will be forwarded to the petition. Oh, sorry. Table. Thank you for that. Tabling has agreed, and I call the member for
Latrobe.
Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I cannot believe how much the Labor federal government and Prime Minister Albanese hate the people of the Dandenong Ranges and the Hills. Because today I just found out in the last federal budget they've just scrapped $300 million to seal the unsealed roads through the Dandenong Ranges from suburbs such as Emerald, Cockatoo, Jambrook, Beaconsfield, Upper Beaconsfield, Avensley, Mount Burnett, guys who are marrying old Clematis, Menzies Creek, Pakenham, Upper, and also going across the Yarra Range. In total, the funding would have provided 110 kilometres of unsealed roads being sealed in the Cardinia Shire, and also 187 in the Yarra Ranges. Can I say this goes on top of scrapping $110 million for the Wellington Road upgrade, a vital section of road which needed to be upgraded for those residents to escape in the event of a bushfire, and it's already such a dangerous road. Now, can I make the point to Madam Deputy Speaker? On the 3rd of May 2019, the former Labor opposition leader Bill Shorten and the Labor candidate Simon Curtis on this Star Mail newspaper article said bipartisan funding for both road projects. $110 million for upgrades to Wellington Road, $300 million to seal roads in the Darling Ranges and surrounding suburbs. Can I say that it is an absolute disgrace that the Hills have been targeted by Labor? Take it out in the state seat of Monbulk, put a Liberal there.
I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt the New South Wales SES do amazing work in our community, and especially evident this year. On behalf of everyone in the Hunter, thank you for your service. Your tireless, countless hours of volunteering do not go unrecognised, and we're extremely lucky to have such an incredible volunteers in our community. The New South Wales SES recently came together to celebrate the dedicated service of 22 members from the Hunter Valley who, between them, have over 360 years of volunteering experience. Thank you, Dr Bob Dewar, for 50 years of service, Graham Silver for 40 years of service, Robin Barco, who receives a Commissioner's Certificate of Appreciation, Greg Gunter, Paul Sherwin, Simone Burrows and Sean Farmer, who received the National Emergency Medals for deploying to help in the Cyclone Debbie, Richard Fellows and Andrew Payne, who received the National Medal for 30 years of service, Ben Maxwell, Judith Felton, Deborah Healy and Michael Picton for 15 years of service, Tim Miller, who received the SES Long Service Medal for 35 years of service, Terry Purser, Greg Gunter, Noel Dipple and Simon Merrick for 20 years of service, Michael Missard, Pamela Sharp, Peter Sherwin and Tracy Martin for 10 years of service. Congratulations to you all. We in the Hunter appreciate everything you do and thank you very much.
I thank the member for his contribution and call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate the Brunswick Ag Society for another fabulous Brunswick show. The President, Julianne Hill, and all her committee and the army of volunteers who make this happen. All the community groups that help out and benefit from this, and the actual beneficiaries who are the broader community. Over 22,000 people attended this wonderful one-day show, and this year the featured group was celebrating rural emergency services, the majority of whom are our wonderful volunteers in our communities. Now, Clarabelle the cow auction this year, well, last year it raised $120,000 for the Solaris Cancer Care in last year. This year, the beneficiary of that auction is the Royal Flying Doctors Service. So there was a spotlight on WA's ag sector, which is fantastic in WA. That's an $11 billion sector. And we saw quality cattle shown, whether it was in the dairy section or in the beef section. There was a fantastic timber industry display, and by gee, they've got some amazing gear that helps not only with the timber itself, but also with helping to manage bushfires. There was the fantastic meat marquee, and you really wanted to be in that space. Then we have log chops, fireworks,
Order.
we have the display.
Displays. I'll just find my right speaking notes. A division has been called for the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber has resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Hawke.
Deputy Speaker, over the weekend my family and I joined thousands of other local families in Melton at the Djerrawarra Festival, the first time that the event has been held since 2019. As always, the event kicked off with the street parade. this year themed Celebrate Today, Imagine the Future. It was fantastic to see so many community groups coming together to march, including the local primary schools, cultural groups and sporting clubs. The kids wearing amazing homemade robot costumes were a particular highlight. It was also wonderful to see our emergency services staff and volunteers at the march, providing all of us with an opportunity to show our appreciation and celebrate all that they do for our community, particularly after the wild weather we've had in Victoria. After the opening parade, the whole town was buzzing with excitement, with a carnival put on by the local Lions Club, a market with unique locally made products, an interactive arts workshop and plenty more. With a stellar performance from Aussie rock band Eskimo Joe to finish up, the event was a raging success and a demonstration of the immense community spirit found in Melton. Thank you to all of the volunteers who contributed to the event and the local traders for their patience with road closures. I look forward to seeing the Djerriwarrh Festival back again in 2023.
Dawson. And I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Dawson is the tourism envy of the nation. We have the Whitsundays in the 74 beautiful islands, the Great Barrier Reef, the tropics, and importantly, councillors, talented and brilliant tourism operators to showcase it all. This week, the Queensland Tourism Awards had Dawson featuring on the podium right across the board, and I am proud of them all. Coming in on top spot for the best new tourism business was Mackay's Wildcat Cruise, giving an incredible above and below water experience. The best caravan and holiday park winner went to Big Four Whitsunday Resort, a must for families with young kids. In Airlie Beach, the best 3 to 3.5 star accommodation was awarded to Magnums, who punched well above their weight, having gorgeous tropical bungalows fit for a whole range of tourists. And of course, ocean rafting took the top spot for Adventure Tourism Award, an experience of the Great Barrier Reef that is unforgettable. So to all those in need of a holiday, perhaps the member for Solomon here, the Honourable Luke Gosling, looks like you need a holiday, sir. Come and visit us in Dawson and see why we are the tourism hotspot.
Dawson, apologies. A division has been called for the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber has resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. I am told it is a real division. I do apologise to members, but in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Clerk, next item of business.
Private members' business order of the day number 1, European Union Free Trade Agreement, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Page.
And I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Speaker, and it gives me enormous pleasure today to stand to speak in support of the motion moved by the member for Page, Shadow Minister for Trade and Tourism. Madam Deputy Speaker, the European Free Trade Agreement is going to be a critical development in Australia's trading relationship with the rest of the world. The European Union is our second largest trading partner at the moment, but unfortunately there is a massive trade imbalance where the European Union export a great deal more of its products and goods and services to Australia than we export to them. The total two-way trading partnership is worth $74 billion, and of course the European Union as a bloc has a population of 450 million people. A great number of them are high-income earners who are willing customers, and we certainly need to be able to access those customers. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a young farmer growing up in the 1980s and studying at university economics and marketing, the European Union was often used as an example of what not to do when it came to trade. Their international tariffs, particularly in agricultural and agricultural goods, certainly restricted the access for Australian farmers. That led to inefficiencies in their own systems, and really at the end of the day, no one was better off other than some European farmers who received enormous subsidies for their products. So hopefully, and I'm sure that in this modern world, we have moved beyond those old protectionist policies, although I do understand that the European Union are looking to protect some of their industries and farmers and other trades with carbon tariffs, and that is certainly something that I'm sure the current government will resist with the utmost vigour when it comes to the negotiations, because a tariff, whether it be a carbon tariff, whether it be a financial tariff, is a tariff. And free trade agreements are about reducing tariffs, reducing trade barriers, allowing the efficient flow of goods and services throughout the global economy. So it's certainly something that the Australian government, of whatever stripe, I'm sure will never agree to. Madam Deputy Speaker, just a little bit of the history on the Coalition's record in government when it comes to free trade agreements. Since 2013, we had signed 11 free trade agreements, lifting the share of Australia's trade, global trade, from 27% in 2013 to 80% when we left government in May 2022. The European Free Trade Agreement will lift that number to 90%, and certainly hope that the current government focus on getting the best outcome and getting on with this deal, because it is a very significant market, a very significant deal going forward, and looking forward to seeing and supporting the government come up with the best possible deal for Australia. Now, just a couple of statistical numbers on the European deal. The European Union has a surplus of $23 billion for goods exported to our country, and $14 billion worth of services. That's their surplus. We sell $4 worth of food per person to the EU. They export $200 worth of food to Australia per person. Now, given that Australia is, one of the most self-sufficient food-producing nations in the world, that is a number that is unacceptable, and I'm sure that with the upcoming negotiations we will see that number come back into balance. Just touching on some of the numbers that other countries have achieved through their free trade agreements, New Zealand has access for sheep meat of 163,000 tonnes. Australia has a quota of just over 17,000. Now, I mention that in particular, Deputy Speaker, because as a West Australian representing West Australian farmers here in this place, our sheep meat industry is a very important part of the rural landscape, and with the current government's policy of phasing out the live export trade, we absolutely need access to every market we can get. Thank you.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'll just start this because I can't see that clock. Deputy Speaker, the government aims to conclude a comprehensive and ambitious trade agreement with the EU as soon as possible. The Prime Minister brought negotiations back on track during his June visit to Europe, and in Madrid, the Prime Minister and the EU Commission and Council Presidents committed to making progress on an EU free trade agreement. It was also a key focus of Trade Minister Farrell's visit to Geneva, and it was great to see our Federal Trade Minister up in Darwin at the Australia-Indonesia Business Council meeting, where we again talked about trade and getting the most out of the AI-CEPA agreement with that country. But I digress. The deal with the EU is critical, and we would like to have an agreement by mid-next year. The latest round of negotiations took place between the 17th and 21st of October. and a trade agreement with the EU would help to diversify our trade relationships and expand opportunities for Australian exporters. This would be a significant free trade agreement, as the previous speaker said, our second biggest trading group. The EU is a massive high-income market of almost 450 million people with a GDP of around 23 trillion Australian dollars. As a bloc, the EU is already our second largest two-way trading partner, as I said, worth about 74 billion Australian in 2020. A trade agreement would facilitate greater EU investment in Australia, which of course supports jobs and economic growth. And Australia is seeking to lock in access for our services exporters and create opportunities in sectors of key commercial interests like education, financial and professional services. Our negotiators are also aiming to significantly improve market access for Australian agricultural and industrial products. And we'll seek to do this by streamlining customs procedures within the deal to improve business confidence. And importantly, we'll negotiate hard to make sure that standards and regulations don't deter trade by creating barriers to getting our goods and services into Europe. Our main goods export to the EU are coal, gold, oilseeds and professional, ICT and education export services. European market access for beef, sheep meat, rice, sugar and dairy would be very good outcomes for our Australian producers. In its EU trade deal signed in June this year, New Zealand secured duty-free access for 163,769 tonnes of sheep meat after 7 years of entry into force. Now, New Zealand also got a better deal on quotas for beef and dairy and secured some New Zealand 100 million in savings each year. But Australia's current lack of preferential access into the EU means that our exporters are at a disadvantage compared to many of our biggest competitors, like New Zealand. Many of Australia's major exports, particularly agriculture, face prohibitively high tariffs. We also want to create more opportunities for our services exporters and grow investment. Australian industry and consumers can be confident that we will drive a hard bargain to achieve an overall agreement to the benefit of our nation. An ambitious trade agreement is the best way to improve our access to the EU and rebalance the current trade flows. Our government is committed to taking ambitious action on climate change and looks forward to exploring new avenues for cooperation on climate and energy through this deal. A comprehensive and ambitious free trade agreement will strengthen trade and investment links with the EU at a time of great uncertainty around the world. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has reinforced the value of partnerships with like-minded countries in Europe, and the trade agreement is an opportunity to strengthen our ties and tackle the economic and geopolitical challenges and supply chain disruptions that are currently facing Europe. We want to be part of the solution, and we are part of the solution by donating an additional 30 Bushmasters to Ukraine, as Deputy Prime Minister Miles announced last month, bringing our total donation of Bushmasters to 90 vehicles. And Deputy Speaker, it was great in the House today to be able to acknowledge Chef Viviers and Mark Egler, who played a great role in the Bushmaster story.
I thank the member. His time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the motion moved by the member of Page for the Australian-European Union Free Trade Agreement. As a trading nation, free trade agreements are crucial to our economic prosperity, allowing countries to import and export goods without any tariffs or other barriers to trade. Drives lower prices for consumers, increased exports, benefits for economies of scale, a greater choice of goods and creates jobs. And I saw this firsthand at Yarra Valley Snack Foods when I was responsible for exports into Asia. Opening new markets delivers significant benefits to local businesses, primarily through opening access to new customers and markets significantly larger than the local Australian market. So let's use food as an example, the industry I was in. In Australia, 2 supermarket companies have significant market share. Export markets allow suppliers to not only grow their business, but to also diversify their market base away from the duopoly of two key customers. This protects the long-term viability of the business, and that is why free trade agreements are so important. The previous coalition government has a strong record when it comes to securing free trade agreements. We recognise the importance of developing trade relationships for economic security, for tourism, for jobs and for business growth. While in government, the coalition finalised 11 trade agreements since 2013, including the UK and India. During our time in government, we lifted the amount of trade covered by free trade agreements from 27% under Labor in 2013 to close to 80% today. It therefore comes as no surprise that it was the coalition government that initiated the free trade agreement with the European Union by launching negotiations back in 2018. The coalition did this seeking an ambitious and comprehensive deal to drive Australian exports, contribute to economic growth and create jobs. A well-drafted free trade agreement between Australia and the European Union will assist businesses with post-pandemic economic recovery by providing new opportunities for growth in a significant market. The EU is our second largest two-way trading partner of goods and services, which were worth $74 billion in 2020. A comprehensive trade deal with the EU will open the doors to a high-income market of almost 450 million people and a GDP of $23 trillion. While Australia and the EU are natural partners, given our shared commitment to democracy, freedom, the rule of law and free and open markets, developing a free trade agreement will be a real test for Labor. As it stands, the European Union runs a significant trade surplus within Australia because of our 50-year-old trade deal. It is a huge market with great potential for Australian exporting companies. Given the size of the Australian economy, Australian companies and consumers will always benefit from greater choice and lower prices. Free trade agreements provide Australian companies broader access to international markets. It opens our markets up to greater competition while offering more prospects for increased two-way investment and reducing import costs for Australian businesses and consumers, vital in this time of rising prices. We want and need a free trade agreement that sets a benchmark for what can be achieved between like-minded partners. The government must deliver a free trade agreement that increases investment between Australia and the European Union, creates rules to support the digital economy, so vital to driving productivity in our nation, and reduce costs and red tape for small and medium businesses that are the engine room of the Australian economy. The looming question is whether the Labor government can secure a completely liberalised market, and that is where their focus should be. So I urge the government to support and complete the foundations already established for an Australian-European Union free trade agreement, so we can all grow and prosper as a nation.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It wasn't that long ago that the Australian-European Free Trade Agreement negotiations had actually stalled and stalled badly. Whether it was gross disrespect being shown to a close ally, texts being leaked, or its failure to do anything in respect to address climate change, the Morrison government dropped the ball on Australia's relationship with the EU. Labor has picked up the pill. Thankfully, since the Albanese government took office, negotiations are back on track. Negotiations have started once again to gain significant momentum. With the current turmoil in Europe associated with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it has reinforced the value of partnerships with like-minded countries. A comprehensive and ambitious free trade agreement with the European Union will strengthen trade and investment links in this time of considerable global uncertainty. This EU FTA is an opportunity to strengthen our ties and tackle the economic and geopolitical challenges and supply chain disruptions that are currently facing Europe. Australia is a trading nation. So we want to be a part of the solution for Europe, and being a part of their solution will deliver significant benefits to our economy, to our miners, to our farmers, to our businesses that provide services. The European Union is massive. Becoming a key partner will help Australia diversify our trade relationships and create new commercial opportunities for Australian exporters. The EU has a potential 450 million customers for Australian exporters to provide goods and services. This trading bloc has a GDP of 23 trillion Australian dollars. The EU is already our third largest two-way trading partner, which is good, but the goods and services we exchange were worth 83 billion in 2021. It is also our second largest source of foreign investment in terms of total stocks worth around 763 billion in 2021. Right now, our exporters are at a major disadvantage compared to many of our competitors. Agriculture, one of this nation's key export sectors, currently faces prohibitively high tariffs, making it extremely difficult for our farmers to access markets with our high-quality, trusted produce. The Albanese government wants to help our farmers and producers have an equitable playing field when they're competing for EU markets. Who wouldn't want to see more Queensland beef on the supermarket shelves in Germany, or more nuts and pulses being used by restaurants in Paris and Amsterdam? We want a successful partnership with Europe to also open up new and greater opportunities for our services exporters, as well as grow investment. Crucial to this partnership is the Albanese government's commitment to addressing climate change. This will mean exploring new avenues for cooperation on climate and energy through mutual understandings and agreement. We have much to learn in terms of embracing some of that renewable energy technology. Deputy Speaker, we want trading doors to be opened rather than being slammed in the face of a troglodyte pariah because of our failure to act on climate change. That was the path we were heading towards. Ultimately, Australia's negotiations with the European Union will only be concluded when we have a good deal that is in our national interests. Not just an open slather, a good deal in our national interests that respects the IP and also our labour markets. This would also include delivering commercially significant new market access for our agricultural products. Good for our farmers, good for the bush. You can also be assured, Deputy Speaker, that we won't be actively sabotaging relationships with countries in the EU like the previous Morrison government. The Labor Party knows that we're a trading nation and we'll do all that we can to protect and open up new markets.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. An FTA with the European Union is sought by all members of this Parliament, not just the government. As you all well know, negotiations were very advanced during the 46th Parliament. There were some sticking points on geographic indicators for things like feta cheese and other European goods, and also at one stage it was complicated because the UK was still in the EU. But we have concluded 11 free trade agreements in the space of 3 parliamentary terms. When we came into the government benches in 2013, 27% of our trade was covered by free trade agreements. It's now just short of 80%. That's not bad for 3 terms and 11 trade agreements signed in that time. When we finally conclude with the EU, it will raise the amount of trade coming in and out of Australia under free trade agreements to 90%. We are a trading nation. We always produce far more goods than we, a nation of 25 million, need, whether it's agriculture or minerals and resources. We, 25 million, feed the energy demands of Japan, Korea, India, other countries in Asia. Our gas goes around the world. Our iron feeds, the growth and the increasing wealth and sophistication of many countries. And in fact, we've powered places like Japan since 1864. So Australia does an amazing amount of trade. But the one with the EU is really a historic legacy agreement that was really complicated by several things. We had a huge market for sheep meat and beef, but Europe at the time also had that amount of beef production and sheep. Things have changed. Europe has grown exponentially, and we are keen to do deals with them. The geographic indicators, I understand, are being sorted out as we speak, and we are that close from concluding it. But compared to our neighbours, New Zealand, India, America, Argentina, everyone seems to have got a better deal than us. So we're putting the pressure on our colleagues across the other side of the chamber to make sure they match that efficacy of the amount of free trade deals that we signed up to. At the moment, we've still got a 32.3% tariff on any Australian dairy that goes over there. Sugar has a 27% tariff. Meat faces a 19% average tariff. The volume that we get in there is minuscule compared to the 127,000 tonnes that New Zealand gets. My goodness. So the pressure's on, colleagues. You've got to get it done, and we will all benefit from it. Just the other day, many members of the Parliament visited the Czech and the Austrian ambassadors' residence to celebrate their joint national days. It's their turn to lead the EU at the moment, and the discussions we had with the ambassadors were very encouraging. They're saying things like, we're nearly there, which in diplomatic terms is really quite significant. So the coalition government has got an enviable trade negotiation record. This will be a test of how good this new government is. It's no good bagging us. We had some hiccups with our French partners in the Indo-Pacific, but we've resolved that and we want to do business with them. They have all these processed goods coming into the country: chemicals, banking, insurance, cars, aircraft, exotic food, and we have got plenty of dairy, quality beef, sheep meat, and all sorts of goods that we can do deals with them on much better terms than we have now. And I commend this motion. Is there a division?
Order. It's actually a quorum. So only those who are on quorum. Yeah. So I'll suspend. The Federation Chamber is suspended, so members may attend a quorum. All right. Okay. As a quorum is present, we'll recommence. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge the interest of the member for Page in this matter, and I acknowledge the work done by the previous government and the extraordinarily dedicated team at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in negotiating towards a free trade agreement with the European Union. The EU is already one of our major trading partners, of course, but this agreement will lead to a yet stronger ties between our countries, especially when we consider that over half of Australians have some sort of European heritage. So an FTA with the EU is a natural fit, with many familial and other linkages to support it. Formal negotiations for this agreement commenced in mid-2018. The most recent round, 13, was in Brussels between 17th and 21st of October, just a few weeks ago. The next round, which may even be the final round, will take place here in Canberra in February. I'm a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment and Growth, and I follow these matters closely. Since taking office, the Albanese government has taken action to bring the free trade agreements with the UK and India into operation. Those bills are before the Parliament, and I look forward to them being passed soon. I expect this agreement with the EU will follow soon after, and I'm hopeful that other trade agreements will also come about within this term of government, such as with the UAE. Recently, the head of the European Parliament's Trade Committee, Mr Bernard Lange, visited Australia. He was upbeat about the renewed progress of the trade negotiation and was quoted as saying that the Albanese government's enshrining of the emissions reduction target in legislation had removed a major barrier to the finalisation of the agreement. Now, the member for Page was, of course, elected back in 2013. It is a little ironic that if he and the former government had done the work to legislate for an emissions reduction target, that they may have been able to close this deal on their watch. Nevertheless, the climate bill has passed. The obstacle was removed. You're welcome. The other reason perhaps that slowed negotiations down was the damage done to our relationship with France by the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook. The new Prime Minister, though, has been busy repairing that relationship. It is quite clear that the efforts by the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell, and others have gone a long way towards repairing relationships and instilling trust into our international trade relationships since the election, just as Ministers Conway and Bowen will be doing at the COP in Egypt. To return to the positives, the EU is a market of 450 million people of relatively high average incomes. We look forward to finalising the agreement with the EU, and as I say, this could occur as early as February. It is right that the member for Page should wish this to occur. Mr Lange of the European Parliament says he expects to see significant progress in February. What the government will not do, however, is rush it. We will get the best outcome for Australia. Minister Farrell is a fair man and he will negotiate fairly, putting our nation's interests at the heart of this agreement. The European countries have renewed interest in the diversification of trade as the war between Russia and Ukraine has brought home the importance of reducing dependence on Russia, especially for energy. There are many ways in which this new energy economy can be a focus of cooperation between Australia and the EU. The European Commission's report on the most recent round of negotiations in October this year describe a good, constructive atmosphere and comprehensive agreement, echoing the words of the member for Page in this motion. I note that New Zealand have beaten us to the chase and agreed an FTA with the EU in the middle of the year. Our own agricultural exporters are eager to see increased access to the EU for their quality products. The FTAs that the Albanese government will enact with the UK and with India, and the imminent agreement with the EU, and the further prospective agreements with other countries such as the UAE, the Gulf states and the Pacific Alliance of the South American countries, will lead to greater trade and prosperity. It is good timing, as we otherwise face a period of flat growth in the economy. Crucially, these agreements will help to reduce our dependency on a single large trading partner, which is important in these times, especially when there is a disagreement or there is a breakdown in those trade relationships. And relationships are important. The government has spent a great deal of time and energy since the May election on repairing and strengthening our relationships with our near neighbours and with countries around the world. This work is now starting to pay off, and the finalisation of trade agreements is a sign of that progress and the re-establishment of the trust that will enable business and trade to flourish.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McKellar. No? Bennelong? You're coming, Bennelong. No problems.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise here today as a member for Bennelong and also a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth to talk about this significant free trade agreement that is incredibly important for our nation. I'll also confess, Deputy Speaker, that I stand here as a former citizen of the European Union and a former French citizen, and to be part of a parliament that is prioritising the finalisation of this trade agreement is something I never thought would happen, but I think is something to be really excited about. To finalise this agreement, to open up free trade between Australia and the EU is something incredibly important. We've heard here today that the current free trade agreement, or the trade agreement between both our continents, is outdated, needs to be updated, and thank goodness that we've had a change of government so that we can continue on with the progress. Because you'll notice that those opposite earlier, I mean, they're not here now, I'm not pointing to you, honourable members, those opposite earlier were talking about, Deputy Speaker, their record on free trade agreements, but they didn't mention the two huge elephants in the room in regards to the EU trade agreement, and that was, of course, their terrible and failed climate policy and, of course, the disrespect of the Prime Minister to one of our biggest trading partners, one of the biggest trading partners in Europe, being France. You wonder why New Zealand signed their free trade agreement before ours, because they had a better climate policy than we did. Our free trade agreement with the European Union stalled because of 10 years of division and delay on climate chaos. And I'll just read you a quote here, Deputy Speaker. This is from the former European Union Ambassador, Dr. Pulch, and I quote this from him. In Europe, every agreement, whether it is political or economic or trade, needs to be a net plus on climate change. That would have been a bit of a challenge with the climate change policy that was in place beforehand. Now we have a new government with a more ambitious climate policy, and that helps us enormously. I'll stress that point, Deputy Speaker. Without this change of government, this free trade agreement would have stalled, and it did stall. It would not have progressed. We have a new government that has set climate targets, and the doors are now open to Europe once again. They've gained significant momentum, and we saw very early on our new Prime Minister go and visit the French President to start to repair relationships there, to reset relationship. And what a breath of fresh air that was, Deputy Speaker. We can now partner with our European parliaments and colleagues over there, particularly to help our neighbours here in the Pacific on climate change. The technology that the Europeans have in dealing with climate change and emissions is something that we should be a part of and that we should share with our European colleagues. We have an unwavering commitment to this free trade agreement. I know it's something that my colleague, the member for Hasluck, and I talk about often in our role on the committee. It's something that, as a former European myself, I am very, very interested in, because we know that the EU is one of Australia's largest trading partner. We know that enhanced links with Europe will help us here in our own region in terms of in the Pacific, but also in terms of energy security, and it will facilitate huge investment in renewable energy here in Australia, but also sustainable critical minerals supply across the world. Here in Australia, we dig up every mineral you need to make solar panels, to make batteries, and then, of course, we've heard from some members here today the significant improvements we need to make in agriculture to be able to unlock the European market there. It gives me great pleasure that the government has changed so that we can continue on and move this free trade agreement along. I'm hopeful that it can conclude very soon, but I can tell you, if it weren't for that change of government, this free trade agreement would have got nowhere.
I thank the member, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, free trade agreements are important. The European FTA is a test for the Labor, and I think the Coalition's got a very proud history on free trade agreements. Finalised 11 free trade agreements since 2013, and that really lifts the share of Australia's trade covered by FTAs from 27% in 2013 to almost 80%. In my electorate of Nichols, primary producers, growers, food processors all benefit from the Coalition's track record on delivering fair and balanced free trade agreements with other nations. We've got a gross regional product of $6.6 billion, of which $1.5 billion is down to agriculture. And this really benefits from those free trade agreements. And as I say, Coalition's got a proud record of finalising these things. And the EU free trade agreement is well on its way. But we have to make sure that in our negotiations that we must negotiate a comprehensive deal to drive Australian exports, economic growth and job creation. A high-quality FTA with the EU should deliver expanded trade in goods and significantly better market access, and it needs to do that. It needs to do that. The European Union has a history of expanding protectionism through free trade agreements, particularly using what are called geographical indicators. Many people would be familiar with champagne, which can only be labelled as such as if it comes from the Champagne region of France. As a result, we now enjoy Australian-made sparkling wine Thanks.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. I'll call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5, motion relating to the gender pay gap.
I move the motion relating to the gender pay gap in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
You get that again? Yes, sorry.
Sorry. I move the motion relating to the gender pay gap in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Is there a seconder?
I second.
Yep. Yeah, after speaker, she don't.
I second the motion.
Right, okay. Yep, so who's supposed to speak? Oh, she hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to move this motion today about the unacceptable gender pay gap that exists today and persists in Australia, and commending the government on the work that they are doing to reform our industrial relations system to improve that. We have known about the gender pay gap in Australia for quite some time, but unfortunately, real movement on it has been agonisingly slow. Today, the gender pay gap in Australia sits at an unacceptable 14.1%. The average man now earns $263.90 more than the average Australian woman. And the Global Gender Gap Index ranks us 43 out of 156 countries, which is really very depressing for a country like Australia. We must be doing much better than that, and I'm proud that our new Albanese Labor government is getting that work underway. In the previous financial year under the previous government, the gap actually increased by 0.3%. That means that on power bills, the average woman will pay 2% of her salary compared to 1.7% for men. For rent, the average woman will pay 32% of her salary compared to 27.5% for men. And for groceries, the average woman will pay 9.4% of her salary compared to 8.1% for men. The gap persists in all industries, but especially in highly feminised industries, which comes down largely to outdated and discriminatory assumptions about the value of work that women do, particularly women in our care economy. And there should never have been any doubt about the importance of these industries and the work and how important it is for our society, for our community and for our economy. But it was really confirmed to us through the pandemic just how important these industries really are. And I want to specifically reference those who care for our oldest Australians, our youngest Australians, and Australians living with disability, as they are predominantly women. This is skilled work, and it is physically and emotionally and mentally taxing work, and it should be better recognised. The importance of the work they do is clear, and it is unacceptable that their pay persists at such low levels today. I'm proud that this week we've seen the Fair Work Commission respond to submissions made by government and the union movement to deliver a 15% increase to the wages of aged care workers, which is well deserved and well overdue. But the work is not done, and when you compare these care industries with male-dominated industries, industries where workers are skilled at a similar level, the differences are stark and unacceptable. It's not good enough. Women should not be paid less than men in the year 2022, and we should close this gap. That's why on August 29 we recognised Equal Pay Day, marking the extra 60 days that Australian women must work to earn the same annual salary as Australian men. And that's why our government is taking strong action through the introduction of the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill, which introduces a number of measures to close the gap. Some of the big changes being made in this are the inclusion as goals of the Fair Work Act of gender equity, secure work and equal remuneration. The bill also enhances the compliance framework and strengthens the ability of the Commission to order pay increases for workers in low-paid, female-dominated industries through the establishment of 2 new expert panels. Deputy Speaker, in this bill, the government is also prohibiting pay secrecy clauses in employment contracts. Alison Pentington from the Australia Institute Centre for Future Work has said that pay secrecy clauses are popular with employers in Australia because they prevent the free sharing of information that employees need to know where they stand in relation to each other and to effectively bargain to get a higher pay increase. As described by the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, pay secrecy means that employees do not have full information about their colleagues' pay, such as formal base salary levels, salary structures and informal remuneration components. In effect, it allows employers to effectively discriminate against women in the workplace behind their backs. They're wrong and they must end. In Australia, women face barriers to working the hours they want, including access to affordable childcare, access to flexible work, equal sharing of care and representation in leadership. In 2022, only 14 women are chief executives in the top 200 companies in Australia. I am proud that our government is up for the task of addressing these gaps in our society and economy, and that the work has already begun under our new Albanese Labor government. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, I second the motion, Mr Speaker, and I reserve my right to speak at a later time.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this motion regarding rectifying the gender pay gap. Gender equality is something that most people in this country agree with in theory. However, in practice, it does not yet exist in Australia. Gender inequality is particularly evident in our workforce, which does not yet reflect the values of the Australia we want. This year, 2022, the gender pay gap is still over 14%, meaning women need to work 60 days more each year to be on par with men. This pay gap, together with reduced workplace participation of women, contributes to the superannuation gap, which sits at around 40% less for women. Women are also vastly underrepresented at board level, with only 6% of ASX 300 companies having female CEOs. Outside of work hours, women also take on disproportionately more unpaid care work than men, including often the cognitive and emotional labour of managing the household and family. However, according to Deloitte Access Economics' latest report, Breaking the Norm, which was released only last week, a shocking one-third of Australian men still believe that gender inequality doesn't actually exist in this country. These statistics paint a clear picture of gender inequality, a picture that is reflected in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index, where Australia is ranked a low 43rd. Our neighbour New Zealand is ranked number 4. At current rates of progress, it will take approximately 132 years to reach total gender parity. Mr Speaker, this House must play a critical role in enacting legislation that will accelerate gender equality in workplaces across this country, including this parliament. To do this effectively, we need affirmative action. Some steps towards affirmative action are already underway, and I welcome the recent progress made. In particular, I welcome the amendments to the Fair Work Act that are the focus of this motion. These include prohibiting pay secrecy clauses and establishing a panel in the Fair Work Commission for pay equity in the care sector. I would also like to recognise the recent budget measures that support greater female participation in the workplace through cheaper childcare legislation and the supporting of men to take paid parental leave. I'd like to recognise also the Respect at Work legislation currently before Parliament, placing a positive duty on employers to prevent workplace sexual harassment, and additionally the recent historic introduction in New South Wales of positive consent legislation and the decriminalising of abortion. However, I would also like to highlight that even here in our own parliamentary workplace, we need to do a lot more. In the recent review of the MOPS Act regarding workplace conditions here in Parliament, it was found that there was a significant impact, and I'm quoting, a significant impact on people with caring responsibilities. A number of current and former MOPS Act employees, especially women, said that their workloads and work environment were wholly incompatible with any caring responsibilities they had or planned to have. I would like to say that after just 6 months in the job, I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. My staff are struggling as they work many extra days and hours of overtime each week. Our electorate office also relies heavily on volunteers, the vast majority of whom are women. They are performing core duties, yet they are unpaid. The work culture here in Parliament and in our electoral offices is not currently compatible with gender equality and must be addressed if this country is serious about encouraging equal participation of women into this Parliament. Parliament should set the standard for businesses and organisations around Australia. When Parliament falls short of setting the standard for gender equality for the rest of the country, is it any wonder that other workplaces also do not do enough? Discrimination against women and the devaluing of their work is pervasive and even entrenched in our own parliamentary workplace. We must do more. I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you. I rise to speak in support of the member for Canberra's motion and thank her for putting it forward. Women in Australia currently face a gender pay gap of 14.1%, and working women are still retiring with less superannuation than men. I have always fought for working people and I care deeply about helping working women, particularly working women in the care sector who are undervalued and underpaid. These are workers who care for and educate our children and who provide care support and social interaction for our elderly and people with a disability. They are passionate, hardworking and professional, and they deserve better. This motion commends the government for taking action to address these injustices. Injustices we should all be concerned about, and it's certainly something that I have fought for during my time here in the building, and I'm really proud to be part of the solution now. To help close the gender pay gap, we are amending the Fair Work Act to make gender equity a main objective. This will ensure that gender equity is at the heart of decisions made by the Fair Work Commission when determining pay increases. We are establishing 2 new Fair Work Commission panels, a pay equity expert panel and a care and community sector expert panel. These panels will give the Commission the expertise needed to better understand both gender pay equity issues and the issues affecting the care and community sector. The creation of a statutory equal remuneration principle will also make it easier for the Fair Work Commission to order pay increases for workers in female-dominated industries. This principle removes the need for a male comparator when progressing equal pay claims. This requirement currently presents a significant obstacle for these claims. It will also ensure that when assessing work value, gender-based assumptions are not considered. These changes will help to improve pay and conditions in the care sector and other female-dominated industries. Improvements that are already happening under our government, with the Fair Work Commission on Friday confirming an increase to minimum wages of at least 15% for aged care workers in direct care roles on a number of different awards. Our actions will help to encourage more workers into these sectors that are facing a workforce crisis. We need more aged care workers, we need more early childhood educators, and we need more disability support workers. 37% of early childhood educators told the United Workers Union that they did not intend to stay in the sector long term. Around 16% of nursing and aged care workers told the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation that they were planning to leave their profession. And 50% of regional workers in disability care said they would not be in the sector in 5 years. In order to attract and retain professional and caring support workers, we need to pay them fairly. This is why we are empowering and enhancing the Fair Work Act and the Commission to better deliver for these workers. Many working women are not employed in female-dominated industries. These women face different barriers to pay equity. Pay secrecy clauses prevent colleagues from discussing their salaries with each other. This reduces transparency and disadvantages workers who are seeking to negotiate individual pay rises. Our government's change to ban pay secrecy clauses is a win for workers and particularly working women. Now colleagues will be able to discuss their salaries with each other, improving their ability to ask for a pay rise. Women will be able to question why their male colleague, who does the same work as them, is earning more. It's a great change for workers and will help to drive up wages. Finally, after a decade, we have a government that is looking out for working people and addressing the injustices faced by working women. This motion rightfully recognises the plight faced by working women. It also rightfully recognises the benefits of the government's actions to benefit working women. For too long, the previous government held back wages. For too long, the previous government neglected working Australians, particularly those that got us through the pandemic. The cleaners, the nurses, the aged care workers and all of our other frontline heroes, so many of whom are women. I speak in favour of this motion because I know how important these changes are to women in my community. Just last week, I visited Big Fat Smile in Dapto with my colleague and friend Stephen Jones, the member for Whitlam. I met Caitlin and her daughter Amelia. Caitlin works in disability care and is looking forward to cheaper childcare under the Albanese Labor government. Caitlin has many more things to look forward to under our government, and the changes that this motion commends are some of them. Finally, workers like Caitlin will have a voice that can speak to their experiences in the Fair Work Commission. They will have a Fair Work Act that has gender equity as an objective. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Canberra for moving this motion. Australia has a problem with gender equity when it comes to employment, and the federal election made it very clear. Women are sick and tired of putting up with being treated like second-class citizens in the workplace. Women's work both at home and in the workplace has been undervalued for far, far too long. Women do the bulk of unpaid work at home and in the community. According to statistics cited by the Women's Gender Equality Agency, the value of unpaid care work, and that includes cooking and cleaning as well as caring for children, the disabled or the elderly, amounts to no less than $650 billion, the equivalent of more than 50% of GDP. A decade ago, the Grattan Institute found that an increase in women's participation in the workforce of just 6% would add another $25 billion to GDP. Today, the figure would have to be much greater. As the mover of this motion noted, it is now 2022 and the gender pay gap still sits at 14.1%. It's only narrowed, we are sick of it, it's only narrowed by a miserable 5.1% since 1983. I was 11 then. We are facing worker shortages of historic proportions. Women are not able to take up employment opportunities because they're the primary caregivers in their homes, and the cost of childcare guarantees that much of the income they take home will go towards paying for early childhood education and care while they work. It is a futile and demoralising exercise. A survey of 6,500 lower-paid retail workers by the University of New South Wales for the SDA found that 36% of them, overwhelmingly women, would be able and would like to work more hours if their rosters were more predictable. As I put it at the Jobs and Skills Summit, these women and thousands like them in other feminised industries deserve roster justice. If their employers in retail, for example, can plan ahead when it comes to their inventory, it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to do the same when it comes to their people and their rosters. According to the University of New South Wales Working Care Survey, some staff who service in the supermarket can barely afford food themselves. When I get weeks with only a couple of shifts, it's hard to afford groceries, says one. They would change the roster at 8 p.m. at night to have me scheduled on the next morning at 8 a.m. and never contact me about the change and then act like I was a no-show, says another. It's all over the place. Shifts get changed last minute, never get the same shifts every fortnight, extra contract hours, and they give you a bare minimum but expect you to give up your weekends without notice, says another. Meanwhile, this cohort of up to 1.3 million people, all but powerless in the workplace, is also largely ignored in the national childcare debate, which is geared to middle-class professionals working 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Those seeking care early in the morning, in the evening, on weekends or public holidays so they can staff a register or restock shelves come up empty. I could go on. There are tens of thousands of women out there facing similar predicaments. As I'm pleased that Women and Work got on the agenda at the Jobs and Skills Summit, I'm also pleased that in the Jobs and Skills Australia legislation, the government saw fit to incorporate a gender lens. As to the Secure Jobs Better Pay legislation, I believe it would improve the bill, improve its prospects of actually getting more women into the workforce if it made it clear that what we're seeking is gender equality in the workplace, not merely gender equity, as currently stated. Equity merely sets the stage for equality, putting women and others who are behind the 8 ball at the starting line rather than requiring an outcome. The Convention for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the ILO, in respect to its gender equality conventions, and the Workplace Gender Equality Act all say gender equality means substantive equality between men and women. And that's the outcome we're looking for. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call a member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I am delighted to rise on this motion moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Canberra, because shifting this gender pay gap is serious business, and it should be serious business for this parliament. This week we're seeing the passage of a Respect to Work bill, and nothing highlights the need to start addressing some of these inequalities more than the reading of that first Kate Jenkins report and the subsequent reforms that need to be undertaken in workplaces across Australia now. And, you know, whenever people ask me, seriously, what's the difference about politics? You know, what difference does government make? I remind them of the fact that when the coalition government was first elected into office, and back in 2013, Australia sat at 24th in the World Gender Equality Rankings. When the then Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, decided to make himself Minister for Women, a moment we were all somewhat surprised by, he decided we didn't need to do gendered responsive budgeting in this nation anymore, a mechanism that Australia used to lead the world in. But no, we didn't need that anymore, and that resulted in Australia plummeting to a record historic low of 50th placing in those world gender equality rankings. So we went from 24 to 50 within less than a decade. That's what happens when you drop the ball, when you don't want to monitor, when you aren't accountable, and this is an absolutely unacceptable position for any government to take. Women haven't been getting a fair deal for some time. We know this from the rankings, but the last decade have made things much worse. We've got a current gender pay gap of 14.1%, and we know that that means, on average, women earning less than $263.90, less than the men working full-time. In other words, they must work 60 more days by the end of the financial year in order to just play catch-up. The gender pay gap persists across all industries, and progress to slow the gender pay gap has been uneven and incrementally slow, and that is not good enough. Women should not be paid less than men. It's that simple. The Albanese Labor government hasn't wasted a day in trying to improve now equality for women. In our short few months in government, we've introduced 10 days paid domestic violence leave. We're acting on our commitment to build more affordable housing for women and kids fleeing violence, including $100 million in our budget for emergency housing. We've provided another 500 support workers for women fleeing violence. We've acted to provide cheaper childcare, 6 months of paid parental leave. We've also introduced legislation to act on all of the recommendations from Kate Jenkins' Respect at Work report, which will strengthen laws that will prevent sexual harassment at work. On this issue of closing the gender pay gap in Australia, the Albanese government's taken decisive action. We've introduced Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill, and that bill, introduced in the last sitting period, will amend the Fair Work Act to provide fairer paying conditions for working women and address those key drivers of gender pay inequality. This bill puts gender equity at the very heart of our Fair Work system by making gender equity and job security objects in the Fair Work Act. And the bill also adds gender equality to the modern awards and minimum wages objectives, and adds to the need to improve access to secure work on the modern awards objectives. There's a clear expectation now that the Fair Work Commission must consider gender equality when performing its functions, when setting the minimum wage, when considering changes to awards and in all other decisions it makes. And I'm very pleased to see those aspects on the up already, with the 15% wage increase for aged care workers, the increase in minimum wage. These are good steps in the right direction. The Workplace Gender Equality Agency Director Mary Woolridge spoke recently about the impact of the gender pay gap that it has on women at a time of blooming inflation, and I really direct the House to her comments. But I can assure you her observation that this inflation impacts all Australians is absolutely true. Addressing gender pay gaps is a serious issue. It requires leadership, and that's what we're doing.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, and I thank the member for Canberra for bringing forward this important motion on gender pay equity. We know that, disappointingly, recent research from the Workplace Gender Equality Agency shows that the gender pay gap in Australia is impacting women across every industry, in every occupation, at every age or life stage. I mean, that is really just depressing. In fact, when I talk to young women in Warringah, they're quite shocked to hear that the status quo of where things are. And when they're at that point of launching into their careers full of optimism, to know that the system is still so stacked against them is incredibly frustrating. The overall national gender pay gap sits at 14.1%, and in fact, it's 0.3 percentage point higher than 6 months ago. Women on average earn $263 less per week than men, and this difference, combined with cost of living pressures, is placing significant stress on Australian households, particularly for single parents. KPMG estimates that the unequal distribution of household and child-rearing labour is responsible for 39% of this gap, something that a strong paid parental leave scheme can improve. So adding part-time workers widens the gender pay gap for all employees to some 29.7%. And some of the largest gaps are in fact in the professional, in scientific and technical services, healthcare and financial and insurance services. And these are some of the biggest employment services in Warringah. And most disappointingly, despite all the rhetoric, all the debates in this House and others, and policy interventions, the gap has only closed by 5% since 1983. I just find that so astounding. The global data shows the same picture. It's consistent. The International Labour Organization has noted that globally, despite substantial progress in women's employment, there had not been any meaningful narrowing of gender pay gaps at work for the past 20 years. On average, the gender pay gap globally is approximately 20%. And so for every dollar earned by a man, a woman will earn 80 cents. The gender pay gap contributes to long-term inequity and is one of the key reasons that women over 55 are the fastest-growing group experiencing homelessness. Low superannuation contributions are driven by low wages. It's time out of the workforce for childcare and for other reasons, and caring responsibilities all stall superannuation and career progression. We know this. There are no secrets. We also know that climate change will impact women disproportionately. The gender pay gap makes women more vulnerable to impacts of climate change. 70% of people living in conditions of poverty globally are women. And across the world, women have limited access to and control of their environmental goods and services, negligible participation in decision-making, and are often not involved in the distribution of environment management benefits. So women are less able to confront the environmental impacts. So I welcome the government's commitment to date in relation to improving gender pay equity, including the increased paid parental leave, which took some push, but it was great to see that announcement went with the budget, improved affordability of childcare and increased pay transparency elements of the Fair Work amendments. These are welcome. They aren't coming into effect for some time, though, and I have got concerns at the delay, and I appreciate there's implementation issues, but the delay means women continue to be on the back foot. There's a strong economic case for these changes. Increasing paid parental leave entitlements to 26 weeks will cost the government some $600 million per year, but will add $900 million to GDP per year, as well as boosting a mother's lifetime earnings by $30,000. Australia has one of the least generous paid parental leave schemes in the world. It's highly gendered and discriminatory in considering only a woman's income in the calculation of eligibility. So there are some improvements coming to the system, but I would urge the government to continue on. It is not enough. 26 weeks should only be the starting point. We need to continue. It's clear that childcare affordability is a major issue, and there has been the pledge by the government to improve that. But we need to recognise this sector is a heavily feminised sector, but it has critical worker shortage. There's some 7,000 vacancies across the sector in September already, and with the proposed changes, demand will increase. So we need to make sure the government has a holistic view of the picture, increases the support for women.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the member for Canberra, for moving this motion. The two of us do share a keen interest and passion for working to close the gender pay gap, a passion that I know is shared by all my colleagues here and, in fact, everyone in our government from the Prime Minister down. And I think what's particularly exciting about speaking to this motion today is that I'm not just talking about a passion and an interest, I'm talking about a government that's getting on with work that will close the gender pay gap. Because at the moment, the gender pay gap sits at an unacceptable 14.1%. And it is actually just so disappointing to see that figure. It translates to men earning almost an extra $264 per week more than women. You know, I think there are many women in our community, men as well, who, when they hear that number, are actually just shocked. People tend to think this is just a problem that we've already fixed. In fact, it's a problem that is taking far too long to address, and I'm so pleased that our government, across a range of measures, is now getting on with trying to close the gender pay gap seriously and as quickly as we can. The gender pay gap persists across all industries, though we know that it's often most felt in the sectors that are heavily dominated by women workers, such as aged care and early childhood education. And it's in these spaces that government really can play a major difference, and that our government is focusing on to make a big difference. Our first budget last month demonstrated that under our government, women are front and centre. We are committed to making Australia a world leader on gender equality. Our government is following through on our commitment for cheaper childcare, and I know what a difference that is going to make to women in my electorate and to women around the country who will be able to afford more childcare and therefore be able to work more. It will make it easier for parents to get back into work, particularly mums who may want to be working that extra day a week. Another critical measure in our budget is our expansion of paid parental leave, and I'm so proud of this achievement. It's something I've advocated for a long time in this place. I've spoken about it a lot, and I am so proud to be part of a government that is delivering it. We know there is a wealth of research out there that shows a well-designed paid parental leave policy will deliver dividends in encouraging parents to share unpaid caring responsibilities. It has positive impacts on children's development and the well-being of parents, and in the context of what we're talking about now, it is most likely to boost women's workforce participation. So that means, again, women have the chance to work more and hopefully have some impact on closing that gender pay gap. And of course, the gap in earnings that women face across their lifetime. That means too often at the moment, when women get to the end of their working life, they're actually facing time in poverty. As we know, women are the fastest growing group, older women are the fastest growing group facing homelessness. It should not be like this in our community. Importantly now, our government is amending the Fair Work Act to add gender equity to the heart of our Fair Work system. In doing so, we are setting a clear expectation that the Fair Work Commission must consider this aim when performing its functions. Whether it's setting the minimum wage, considering changes to awards or something else, this is a development that will make a real difference. I mentioned aged care and early education workers before because both of these sectors are so important to our country. They helped carry us through the pandemic, and I've said it before and I will say it again, the women who work in these sectors and the men are absolute legends. We rely on the people, mainly women, who work in these sectors. And in fact, we will do so more and more in the future. We know, again, that demand for aged care in our country is growing. We know that our reforms to childcare will mean that demand for childcare is growing. And yet these entire sectors are at risk because we do often struggle to have a workforce. And one of the main reasons we struggle to have a workforce is because their work is still undervalued. What we might call the caring economy, or really what we see as women's work, has been underpaid for decades. And despite the best previous efforts of unions and advocates, we have not secured these women the pay rises they should have. And so I am proud to be part of a government that is now taking the action we need to close the gender pay gap, to take this issue seriously, and to look out for the women of Australia.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I indeed rise to support the motion and commend the member for Canberra for bringing it to this place, and share in all the other comments that were made at the opening of other contributors to this debate, that of course it's completely unacceptable that we have a situation where there's a gender pay gap in our economy, and I'm sure it's a unanimous view of the Parliament that we should be doing all we can to address that and getting that 14.1% to at least zero. I've certainly worked with a lot of women that should be paid a lot more than the men that they've worked alongside in their workplace. So getting it to at least zero is something that we should all be here working towards as a Parliament together. And I'm equally very happy to see the decision of the Fair Work Commission, or the interim decision from Friday, the 15% interim decision. And I note that that's, at this stage, a decision related to the direct care workforce in aged care, and I join with the comments from others around the need for that to extend to all those that work in aged care, including those that do a whole range of other very important tasks that are not direct care in those both residential and community settings. And I hope that that decision is one of the best examples of a significant increase in a workforce that is very predominantly female. And so when we're dealing with the figure of 14.1%, a figure of 15% higher than that in a sector is something that's heading in the right direction there. And it is in an environment, concerningly, of very high inflation as well. So 15% on the face of it sounds like a lot of money until you acknowledge that inflation at the moment is at 7.3%, and the Reserve Bank and the government in their own budget are anticipating inflation being even higher. So, of course, 15% in real terms is more like about 7%, and that's still a significant increase in real terms. But obviously, if the purpose of the decision was to increase real wages by 15%, then they won't be achieving that if inflation keeps running as high as it is. But obviously, we need to always be looking for opportunities to listen to women that are in a circumstance where in their career, for a variety of reasons, they are in a situation where they're not earning the same amount of money as men, and to understand from them what some of those challenges and barriers have been put in their way, and figure out more ways in which we can do better. And that's not always going to be at the government level, I don't think. I think in many ways there's significant cultural change needed by employers in workplaces around the country. Certainly in my own experience as an employer before being in this place, one of the things that I always sought to address and always heard from the women that I worked with was the need for a lot more flexibility, particularly if they have children and leave the workforce, and not wanting to be in a position where there's too much stringency around their ability to return to their career, and instead of leaving a full-time role and having to come back at full-time, ways in which there can be more flexibility there. And also, I think the COVID period has made people a lot more open-minded to alternative work practices as well, which I think would provide opportunities at times for women who do need to leave the workforce for a period of time to have a lot more flexibility in the way in which they can return and not be, have so much black and white situation around some of those challenges. But it's good that we're talking about this. It's good that we're making progress. It's not acceptable that the gap is what it is at. But I certainly hope that we take every opportunity in this place to find new ways of improving the situation further and getting to a point where we have, at minimum, a parity of wages in this nation between men and women. It's absolutely fundamental.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague, the member for Canberra, for moving this motion, because Australian women are front and centre in the Albanese government's first budget, a budget that is delivering on our election commitment to make Australia a world leader in gender equality. I'm so proud that our government is unlocking and valuing the talent, potential and contribution of women in Australia after a decade of neglect. We know that policies which are good for women are also good for our economy, good for productivity and good for families. The Women's Budget Statement sets out our government's commitments to delivering long-term change to advance gender equality, focusing on women's economic equality, ending violence against women and gender equality in health and well-being. These themes are interconnected and they matter. Financial insecurity can impact a woman's ability to leave a violent relationship. Violence can have devastating health impacts and diminish a woman's capacity to participate in the workforce and progress her career. Time out of the workforce and the gender pay gap can have a long-term impact on women's lifetime earnings, especially impacting retirement incomes for older women, including, and importantly, superannuation. That's why the Albanese government is leading the national push to close the gender pay gap. The national gender pay gap in Australia is currently 14.1%. That means, on average, a woman working full-time earns $263.90 less per week compared to a man working full-time. Over the past 2 decades, the gender pay gap has persisted, decreasing by only 1.2 percentage points since May 2002, and since 1983 by only 5.1%. And when we analyse the gap based on both full-time and part-time workers and including overtime payments, the gap is much larger at a staggering 29.7%. This is unacceptable, and it is why the Albanese government is providing $20.2 million in investment to establish 2 new expert panels on pay equity and the care and community sector in the Fair Work Commission. This will strengthen the Commission's capacity to determine applications from female-dominated industries whose work is often undervalued and underpaid. Already under the Albanese government, we see a 15% increase in wages of aged care workers. We're also reforming the workplace relations systems to make gender equity an objective of the Fair Work Act and legislate an equal remuneration principle. We've also taken the first step to remove barriers that limit women's opportunities when they have caring responsibilities. That includes delivering a $531 million investment to expand the paid parental leave scheme up to 26 weeks by July 2026. It's the biggest boost in Australia's paid parental leave scheme since it was created by the former Labor government in 2011. It is something I am very proud of and have fought for. It will support parents to spend more time with their children and share caring responsibilities more equally. The budget also invests $4.7 million across 4 years to make it easier and cheaper for parents to access early childhood education and care. To support the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children and its ambition of an Australia free of gender-based violence, the Commonwealth is making a record investment of over $1.7 billion. Of that, $1.3 billion will fund a range of targeted initiatives to address gender-based violence, and will fund 500 frontline service and community workers to support women and children experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence. Crucially, $42 million will help implement all recommendations of the Respect at Work report. This includes $32 million to fund women's centres in all states and territories to provide free advice to assist women when they need it. There will also be money to support implementation of 10 days family violence leave. So proud of that. So this is vital to the economy, it's vital to families and to the well-being and health of women. And I'm very proud to stand here in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank the member for Corangamite. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, motion relating to critical mineral strategy.
And I call the member for Hickler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the critical mineral strategy in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was the coalition government that had the foresight to establish Australia's first critical minerals strategy in 2019. That is a strategy which has been updated, which has been incredibly important to the development of a critical minerals industry in Australia. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I know you know, nothing is more important than local politics.
I just asked the member to pause. The clocks don't appear to be working. Oh, there we go.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Madam Deputy Speaker, for the people of my electorate, how important are critical minerals to their everyday lives? Well, they are used in ventilators, in medical equipment, in defence equipment, fighter aircraft, submarines, ships, but they are also used in one of Australia's oldest foundries, the Bundaberg foundry in Bundaberg, which has been established for more than 100 years. We put a request out to the local general manager, Ennio Triani, better known as ET for obvious reasons, to see exactly what it might be that they use in the Bundaberg foundry, for which the critical mineral strategy would apply. Now, if you look at the list of critical minerals, antimony, beryllium, bismuth, chromium, yes. Cobalt, gallium, germanium, graphite, yes. Hafnium, helium, indium, lithium. Magnesium, yes. Manganese, yes. Niobium. Platinum groups, rare earth elements, rhenium, scandium, tantalums, titaniums. All of the ums, I've got to say, Madam Deputy Speaker. But it is also being utilised in a foundry which has been around for more than a century, which has trained literally thousands of local people, and in particular apprentices. I've been into the foundry any number of times. It is an incredibly important piece of industrial infrastructure for this country. And at a 64-cent exchange rate, they're hanging on. But with massive increases in energy costs coming, whether that is for gas or electricity, their viability will once again be on the line. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of critical minerals, what is it that we did as a coalition government? Well, we made significant funding commitments. But what did we see from Labor in their budget? Well, they cut those commitments. This is an area where there is an opportunity for Australia for growth, an incredible opportunity. It could potentially be a sector worth more than $40 billion to this country. That is why we made significant commitments when we were in government. But what we've seen Labor go and grab it, rebrand it, call it something else, but also drop $50 million from the initiative and cut $100 million. They've halved the initiative. Madam Deputy Speaker, this makes a real difference. For those who are not well informed about the critical minerals area, what we need to keep in mind is that there is one significant player, and that is China. More than 80% of all manufacturing occurs in China. They are the buyer. And if you are looking to find other sources in terms of opportunities for your product around the world, well, guess what? When there is a single monopoly on the buyer, guess who stops buying your product? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an incredibly challenging and difficult area in which to operate. That is why the coalition government committed some $2 billion in terms of facilities. That's why we made announcements like the $200 million to the Critical Minerals Accelerator Initiative, the $2 billion Regional Accelerator Fund, which would contribute another $200 into that, $50 million towards establishing the Virtual Critical Minerals Research and Development Centre. Madam Deputy Speaker, the collaboration stream of the Modern Manufacturing Initiative invested almost $250 million in 4 critical minerals projects, because these are projects and opportunities for which you need to build prototypes. You need proof of concept. You need to ensure that the IP that you have is one which will work. And currently, as I said, there is a monopoly player in China who currently controls most of the market. Now, this is not in anyone's interest in terms of economies. It's in no one's interest in terms of our national security. And if you look at where these critical elements and rare earths go, Madam Deputy Speaker, they go into things which are the defence of our nation. They go into things which are for medical outcomes. And it is really important that we continue to maintain in Australia opportunities for critical minerals producers, but not only to mine them. And we've got to keep in mind, it's a mine, right? It's not different to a coal mine. It's not different to anything. It's still a mine. Still uses trucks, still uses diesel, still uses workers, still uses electricity, still uses sources of energy, just like every other mine. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've come across school teachers, for example, who are teaching our kids that there's good mining and bad mining. There's not good mining and bad mining, there's just mining, right? There is just mining, and we should be out there supporting the sector 100%. But what we've seen from the new government is they have cut support for critical minerals at a time where a burgeoning industry is trying to establish itself in a monopoly market. So it is very important that we maintain this strategy. It is incredibly important that we continue to build downstream opportunities. And I know the member for O'Connor here, this is a big deal for the member for O'Connor because it means jobs into his electorate. And there are significant announcements in those areas for which the local people rely. The idea that those opposite will continue to cut funding to this sector, which is trying to grow, is the wrong decision. It's not in our national interest, and they should rethink it.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for O'Connor, and you reserve your right to speak. I thank the member for O'Connor. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And look, I really look forward to speaking on critical minerals because, as the former Minister for Resources mentioned earlier, there are some key differences when it comes to critical minerals, this government that we have in place now and the former government. And I think one of the big mistakes that the former government made was getting confused about the meaning of a couple of words. Firstly, the words critical and minerals and the words ministry. Now, unfortunately, the former government didn't see fit to put the Resources Ministry on the front bench. The Albanese government has remedied that terrible error by putting an exemplar minister, Minister King, Madeleine King, on the front bench as the Resources Minister. And she, as part of that front bench, has said we need a review of our critical minerals strategy. Now, this is where the former government is also a little confused. They want to confuse the words appropriate and announcement, because whilst they certainly made a lot of terrific announcements about critical minerals and their strategy for critical minerals, what they failed to do was appropriate enough money for it. So there's a big difference between saying we're going to spend $1.5 million on a strategy and appropriating it, putting the money in the budget. And every Australian knows that you can talk about buying a new car, buying a fabulous house, trying to buy something for kids for Christmas, but if you haven't got the money or you can't get access to it, then you end up usually not being able to buy it, and certainly you're spending outside of your limits. And that's what the former government did. Well, our government has a new strategy for critical minerals, and it's so important because Australia is the 5th largest globally in terms of supply of critical minerals. We are not only going to have a reliably, properly budgeted for critical mineral strategy, but we're going to consult with the industry, not cherry pick like the former government did. We're going to consult with industry, we're going to consult with communities, with traditional owners. We need to get it right. Now, I heard the former minister mention antimony, indeed a rare and critical mineral. We're looking at how that can contribute to the Australian economy. We know that we need to do more in terms of processing of important critical minerals. Aluminium is another one that I personally would like to see on the critical minerals list, not only because I have one of the biggest smelters in the country in my electorate, because I understand how critical aluminium will be in driving the Australian renewables sector. And I'm very pleased that the member for Hunter joins me in the chamber tonight, because I know that he understands the value of critical minerals to Australia and how we drive our economy forward. And the mining services industry is also so important when it comes to, quite frankly, getting those minerals out of the ground. In the Hunter, we have some of the best mining in the world, and we will be able to help develop that sector, because we will be able to indeed give great information, technology and instruction about mining, and particularly when it comes to safety, when it comes to economy, efficiency, technology. We will help extract those critical and rare minerals out of the ground across Australia, where we can help drive automation, technology, all of the things that we need in a modern world, that we need these rare and critical minerals for. So that's why we're reviewing this strategy. We're looking at it because we need to take not only a whole of government, but a whole of nation approach to make sure we have, firstly, enough supply of critical minerals, and secondly, we can extract them out of the ground, but thirdly, what we do with them. How do we actually make things with those critical minerals, not just dig them up and send them away to have them processed overseas and then re-import them, which is what we do now with so many of our critical minerals. So this is where it is very important to have that strategy, to have that consultation, and not, as the federal government did before we were elected, spray money around and make lots of announcements. But quite frankly, it wasn't a critical strategy. It was a strategy that we are very critical of, and we're going to do a much better job of this whole sector that is so vitally important to our economy moving forward. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And before my friend, the member for Paterson, leaves, or she's not leaving, I just wanted to, on behalf of West Australians and also the member for Hunter here, to thank them on behalf of West Australians for the coal that will be arriving from Newcastle into Western Australia, because even though we have 1 billion tonnes of coal in my electorate of Collie, the West Australian government has managed to arrive at a situation where it's uneconomic to mine that, so we're going to import coal from Newcastle. So thank you very much to the two members. Thank you very much to those two members. And also, I'd love to see the Prime Minister stand up in Parliament and thank the coal industry and the coal miners for the fantastic work that they do, because coal is now currently the largest export-earning mineral that we export out of this nation. And I think you members should be very proud of your coal miners. I know member for Paterson, you're a coal miner's daughter, and I'd love to see those coal miners recognised for the great work that they do for this nation and the amount of income that they bring in. But look, today I digress, Acting Deputy Speaker, and we're here today to talk about critical minerals. And of course, critical minerals, by their very nature and their name, are critical to some very important current and future industries, such as the development of electric vehicles, defence technology, which is becoming more and more important to have access to those critical minerals for our defence manufacturers, not just here, but amongst our very close allies in the United States and other parts of Southeast Asia. Solar panels, transmission lines, and the current government has a plan to build 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines, which, I'm sure if they were, going to go through my electorate, there'd be plenty of the local farmers who'd be unhappy about that. But we'll see how that ends up and how many kilometres they get done in the next 8 years. Microchips, obviously, phones, TVs, computers, all the technology that we use in this current day and age rely on these critical minerals. Now, Acting Deputy Speaker,
as previous speakers have mentioned, at the moment there is one major supplier of critical minerals, and that is our good friends to the north in China. And much as we are and should maintain friendly relation with our neighbours in the north, it is not strategically smart to rely on one particular supplier of a product. So investment in critical minerals is not just about a commercial outcome and an economic outcome for our nation. It is also a very strong strategic investment. Just to touch on a couple of those minerals that we will require going forward. Lithium demand, and the notes I have here say will increase by 368% by 2030. Well, I think that's a significant underestimation of the demand, the increase in demand as we see more electric vehicles take it up. Copper demand will have doubled by 2050. Aluminium demand will have doubled by 2030, and nickel demand will increase by 67% by 2030. All of these minerals are produced in my electorate of O'Connor very efficiently and by hard-working miners who are very proud of the work that they do and the contribution that they make to this country, and I'm very proud of them, and I thank them for the work that they do. Now, under the Coalition, we recognise the importance of critical minerals, and we invested a considerable amount of funds in incentivising and bringing on projects. And the loan facility, the Critical Minerals Loan Facility, has announced in April 22 a $1.25 billion loan, and I emphasise here a loan, to develop Australia's first integrated rare earths refinery at Eneabba, which is in the northern part of the wheat belt in Western Australia, and in my very good friend, the member for Dirac's electorate, and I'm sure she'll mention that. But I wanted to talk in my last little while about the Lynas Rare Earths project, which received $14 million from the Commonwealth Government. Now, the important thing about the Lynas Rare Earth project relocating from Malaysia to Kalgoorlie, the member for Dirac's hometown, or birth town, I should say, rather than hometown. So by incentivising the Lynas Group to redirect that manufacturing process onshore, we've not only created jobs and investment in Australia, but we've secured the supply of those critical minerals going forward. It's great policy, and very sad to see the Labor Party cutting that program by $50 million.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Hinkler for giving me the opportunity to speak about a matter of significance to WA, as we have some of the world's largest reserves of lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese, which are indeed critical minerals. The resource sector is a major employer of my constituents. Before, as the member for Swan, I too worked in the sector and worked for a mineral sands company and also was born and bred in the goldfields. In addition to many people who live in Swan, they want to see meaningful action on climate change. Australia can play a pivotal role, but we need to ensure that we get the policy settings right and orientate the industry for this massive opportunity. Unfortunately, the Coalition's critical mineral strategy was inherently flawed. It did not consult with those in industry. It neglects the fact that batteries and electrification are essential parts of decarbonisation. Expanding our economy and action on climate change can only be solved with a serious strategy, and that's what we've announced. The future is electric. Over the last 2 years, electric car sales have quadrupled globally. The uptake of electric cars is only going one way, and that's up. Following on from this, Australia's minerals such as lithium, nickel, cobalt and manganese are indeed in demand. Renewable energy is increasing its share of the national energy market. The Australian Energy Market Operator's 2022 Integrated System Plan will see a step change from about 30% to about 80% renewable electricity generation in 2030. And again, this will be dependent on lithium, nickel, cobalt and graphite. If we think about long-term and strategically how we can capture on the future benefits of the growth of the for our nation, we need a strategy informed by experts in the sector that empowers communities, especially First Nations people. You can't justify a 20-page document, announce money, fail to mention climate change and not commit any funding to appropriations and think somehow that it will reap the full benefits of this emerging industry. Our critical mineral strategy will inform our battery strategy, acknowledge its role in addressing climate change and develop synergies between the resource sector and manufacturers. In my electorate, we have a battery pilot plant that's upskilling chemical and process engineers so that we have the know-how for commercial manufacturing of batteries. Throughout WA, we have several critical mineral processing facilities who would benefit from a clear strategy from government. Recently, in Collie, a town that is shifting away from coal mining, plans to open a graphite processing plant, which has been announced. Our strategy will work with these stakeholders and will ensure that they have a voice in what our advanced decarbonised economy looks like. This will be supported by our government's National Reconstruction Fund, which we have allocated funding to in our October budget. We need to do this right because it will mean jobs, jobs and more jobs. This will secure jobs for regional Australia, jobs that workers can be proud of. This pride is something that I witnessed when I visited Mineral Resources' Wodgina lithium project a few weeks ago. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the member for Hinkler's Road to Damascus moment on batteries. In an interview with Tom Connell on Sky News in 2021, he couldn't give a straight answer on whether batteries for renewable energy would provide dispatchable power. From one engineer to another, I'll give you the technical answer. They do.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australians are hungry for sustainable energy that is clean and affordable. They want this without raising taxes, without suffering from an electrical grid that cannot keep up with demand and without soaring electricity prices. The Coalition understands that. And in order to achieve net zero by 2050, significant investment is required in bolstering our infrastructure, industries and critical mineral mining capabilities. The technology we need to successfully transition to cleaner sources of energy, such as electric vehicles, batteries, solar panels and wind turbines, all require a diverse mix of critical minerals. The demand for this resource will only further rise to meet the needs of developed nations across the world who are all pursuing their own clean energy agenda. Critical minerals are therefore becoming a highly sought-after commodity, placing Australia in a unique position to reap the rewards of these natural resources that are abundant across our nation, especially in my fabulous electorate of Durack. Whilst in government, the Coalition recognised the strategic value of ready access to our critical minerals and developed policies to drive investment and secure production domestically. It was under the Coalition Government that a $1.25 billion loan was provided to the Australian company Iluka Resources in my electorate of Durack to develop Australia's first integrated rare earths refinery in Western Australia. The refinery will produce separated rare earth oxide products which are used in a wide range of technologies, including electric vehicles and clean energy generation. Under the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, the Coalition also contributed $49 million towards the Australian Vanadium Project to process high-grade vanadium from its Meekatharra mine, which is also in the great electorate of Durack. This highly sought-after critical mineral will eventually be transformed into energy-storing batteries to fuel the growing domestic and overseas markets. Not only are these projects shoring up our domestic supply and export opportunities, but they are also significantly contributing to the employment opportunities and local economies of the surrounding communities. It therefore baffles me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Labor have decided to abandon the resources sector and the hundreds of thousands of workers and families that it supports by cutting over $100 million from the rebranded Critical Minerals Development Program. Now is not the time to take our foot off the accelerator. A quick rebranding and slashing millions of dollars in funding is counterproductive and puts our climate targets at risk. Remember, Minister Bowen's target of renewables making up 82% of the electricity grid by 2030. If that is to be achieved, we need, and these are his words, 22,000 solar panels will need to be installed each and every day for the next 8 years, and we will have to install 47 megawatt wind turbines a month. Now, you don't have to be an industrial engineer, I am not one, I can assure you, to see there is a flaw in Labor's logic. Where are we going to get the materials to ensure that Australia reduces its carbon footprint? And why would Labor punish the very industry they need to meet their ambitious targets? If our international partners are sourcing their critical minerals from Australia, if they're not, you can guarantee they will be sourcing these critical minerals from other countries who perhaps their mining practices don't come close to the standards that we have set ourselves, which potentially could drive up emissions further. Labor needs to stop punishing the crucial sector, drop the politics, continue building on the hard work that we have developed over the last 9 years, good work by the Coalition to make sure that Australia is known right across the globe that we are the trusted source, the best source of critical minerals. Labor should not put that at risk. Drop the politics, follow our lead. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are the lucky country. Australia's resources of critical minerals rank in the top 5 globally, and these will be essential inputs in developing renewable energy clean technology applications, which are a crucial part of today's increasing demands of technological advancements. With global demand growing at a rapid rate, it is an exciting opportunity for the mining sector to work with energy, transport, aerospace, defence, automotive and telecommunications sectors in order to expand their business and secure investment. But, Speaker, to do this, we need a proper critical minerals strategy. Prior to the adults being elected, the former government made announcements to the critical minerals plans. However, Deputy Speaker, they failed to appropriate the funding needed to achieve this. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Making announcements without funding. We all remember those opposite us running around making promises that they'd made on the back of beer coasters. So we'd all been there before, and look, there's none even here now. So instead of getting on with the job, the priorities of these opposite were solely about getting re-elected, thus treating the industry like a cash cow, as they sat idly by doing nothing to protect their workers or take steps to offer the industry longevity. They had more than 21 failed energy policies, which again offered the industry no assurance and direction and left Australia in the dark, despite having experts begging to make the investments. Speaker, our budget is a responsible budget and starts to clean up the mess those opposite left behind and begins to build the future of our Australia that people deserve. This includes the investment of a $2 billion economic benefits and opportunities for Australian families, businesses and communities, as well as new funds to support the growth of clean energy technology as part of the government's commitment to achieving a 43% reduction in emissions by 2030. But unlike those opposite, Deputy Speaker, we will consult with industry experts and ensure that the community's voice is heard in order to put action behind our promises. Consultation is a good thing. Those opposite shouldn't fear it. This consultation will ensure the future support for the critical minerals industry, ultimately ensuring a coordinated and collaborative approach with the stakeholders to strategic development. Our government is investing in critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, magnesium, titanium, rare earths to enhance Australia's world-class resources sector, diversify global supply chains and meet our growing demands. Deputy Speaker, our updated funding profile is vital to give our scientific experts more time to develop and deliver on projects, including working with the research community to address technical challenges which will help reduce the risks involved in delivering these projects and ensuring they provide strong scientific and technical outcomes. To maximise these research outcomes, the Hub aims to better engage with universities and other researchers, drawing on their insights and expertise.
Deputy Speaker, the Critical Minerals Development Program has also been reframed to more closely reflect our objectives incorporating Australia's decarbonisation opportunity, gender equality and Indigenous participation to ensure that this plan is strengthened across the board to finally give the industry the world-class standards it deserves. Furthermore, a key role for the Hub is to engage with our international partners to progress our research and development collaboration, which is highly sought after by like-minded countries, including our key trading partners. This in turn will provide a welcome pathway for companies involved to access additional incentives through Australia's flagship R&D program, encouraging businesses to conduct additional activities they may not have otherwise undertaken, which initiates space for new knowledge, boosts technological improvements and increases productivity within the Australian economy. Our government is an active government in which follows through with its commitments. I have great faith that together we could fix this steaming pile of mess that the former government left us and bring to light this transparent critical minerals plan that strives to ensure Australia remains a global powerhouse by achieving stable supply, sovereign capabilities and regional growth to face the increasing global demands head-on with a thriving yet sustainable Australian critical minerals sector. And I will ensure that your voices will be heard. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Hinkler for bringing this matter to the House's attention. And I'm indebted to Energy Minister Chris Bowen for a moment of clarity a few weeks back when he informed us that by 2030 Australia will need to build 40 new 7-megawatt wind towers a month and install 22,500 megawatt PV panels a day. These are the ones about 1.6 metres square, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just for your information, and in case anyone else is interested, that'll be about 25,000 acres of solar panels. But anyway, it's estimated that by 2025, though, 95% of PV panels produced in the world will come from China. Similarly, I can do this, neodymium is a rare earth which is used for and essential for the magnets that are used in wind towers. In the 40 wind towers we're going to build a month in this country, and that rare earth market, like the PV market, is actually controlled by China at the moment. Our dependence on another country, and one that is already operating trade sanctions against us for the supply of photovoltaic cells and wood tower components for that matter, and indeed lithium batteries, should not be acceptable to this nation. Australia has many of the raw materials that we need to provide sovereign capacity in these new industrial opportunities to get to a point of self-reliability. Our deposits of lithium, graphite, rare earths, copper, alumina, nickel, along with many others, should be exploited, which leaves me astonished that Labor's first budget has cut $100 million from the critical minerals strategy. It was a $200 million fund. $50 million of that has already been invested, and the budget tells us that instead of spending another $150 million, there will only be $50 million left in forward funding projects. And that is a pretty heavy cut by any standards, and at a time when these opportunities are in front of us in the world, and not only opportunities, I think these are essential actions by government to control our destiny are there in front of us, and we need to move in a positive manner. Now, on the matter of lithium batteries, Australia has a cooperative research centre for the future battery industries. It's based in Perth. It has proven technology, like we have the proven technology that lithium batteries are the best on offer in the world at the moment, but we don't make them here in Australia, and that's what the CRC is looking at. And we can expect that market, as we know, with electric vehicles coming on, to expand exponentially. So lithium batteries are primarily made actually from graphite, That's the majority component. And then lithium, nickel, cobalt, alumina, and a number of other rarer earths that go into the production of a lithium battery. All of these minerals Australia has, and we have the potential to increase supply, and not just increase supply, but actually go into the further manufacturing. And I was delighted, in fact, that Renascor Resources scored $200 million loan underwritten by the Critical Minerals Strategy for the development of Sivia Graphite Mine, which is near Arno Bay in my electorate. In fact, not very far from where I go to the beach, quite frankly. I lived in Arno Bay for a couple of years even. And that mine looks like going ahead, and I'm doubtful that it would have gone ahead without the Critical Minerals Strategy. So I'm very pleased to have seen that happen. But for those others that are hoping for a similar kind of treatment from the fund, well, of course, they're facing the fact now that it has been pretty severely cut. Now, we have a government that is spruiking Australia's critical minerals future, our manufacturing industries, and the potential to expand it, but they've cut the support for critical minerals sector and preside over a 56% increase in the electricity costs, while reducing the support for the development of new gas supplies. Now, all of those things are not leading to increase in manufacturing. They are leading to a hit in the back of the neck to manufacturing, and I deplore this decision by the government.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a Western Australian, I would like to say how proud I am that Western Australia has become known as the engine room of the Australian economy and produces 57% of the world's lithium. For the record, let me remind everyone about the actions of the former government which hurt Western Australia. The Morrison government that dropped the resources portfolio out of cabinet. The former government played politics with the resources sector and dropped it like a hot potato. Not only that, the former Liberal National government previously had 2 resources ministers. The member for Cook appointed himself as a resources minister to overrule his own appointee, the member for Hinkler. Perhaps this is why the critical minerals strategy failed to discuss net zero and decarbonisation. Or maybe why the former government did not consult anyone on the strategy. Someone might have advised them these minerals are essential for net zero. That must have gone against the narrative, and now they're in opposition. The Australian people rightly rejected and are right to be angry about this behaviour from the previous government. The 22 failed energy policies and the lack of action on climate change. 10 years of inflamed tensions and cheap politics, a wasted Liberal decade. The Australian people deserve a comprehensive strategy and national approach. The Labor government budget last month is responsible and begins to build the better future that the Australian people deserve. Australia has some of the world's largest reserves of critical minerals. The government is creating a new critical minerals strategy. Unlike the former government, we will consult industry, experts and communities, including traditional owners, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, who are a core partner in mining and industry as a major stakeholder in transforming economic and health disparity of traditional custodians and their communities. These consultations will inform future action for the critical minerals industry. This will ensure a coordinated and collaborative approach with key stakeholders to critical minerals development. New initiatives will expand Australia's mining science technology capabilities, diversify supply chains, create local jobs and help drive growth in the critical minerals sector, including rare earths, a key component of low-emission technologies such as batteries, electric vehicles and solar panels. In the meantime, the Critical Minerals Development Programme will support early and mid-stage critical minerals projects. It will establish the Australian Critical Minerals Research and Development Hub to help unlock our nation's critical minerals potential. research and development projects are often technically complex and challenging. The updated funding profile will give our scientific experts more time to develop and deliver projects, including to work with the research community and industry. This will reduce the risks of delivering the projects and ensure they provide strong scientific and technical outcomes. This government is setting the critical minerals sector up for success, not for failure. It will create jobs and attract investment. Australia has some of the world's largest reserves of critical minerals, but will face significant competition for the capital required to develop these assets. A recent Bank of America report shows global investment in mining needs to double from US $80 billion per annum currently to US $160 billion per annum in order to satisfy the growing demand from renewable energy generation and storage to electric vehicles. The Albanese Labor government's new strategy will focus on the broad policy settings required for Australia to maximise its share of this investment opportunity, ensuring Australia remains an attractive investment destination. The International Energy Agency projects mineral demand for use in electric vehicles and battery storage could grow at least 30 times to 2040. Australia is the world's largest lithium producer, and latest figures forecast the value of lithium exports are due to increase more than tenfold over 2 years, from $1.1 billion in 2021 to almost $14 billion in 2022-23, with continued growth over future years. The development of a battery industry could contribute $7.4 billion annually to our economy and support 34,700 jobs by 2030. They voted, our community have voted for responsible, respectful government. Thank you.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 7 in the name of the member for Kooyong relating to native forest logging.
And I call the member for Kooyong.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to native forest logging in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Proceed.
Deforestation is the third largest source of carbon emissions globally. To meet our target of a 43% reduction by 2030, Australia must reduce its carbon emissions by 15 megatonnes each year. Each year we log 2% of our native forests, resulting in a release of 15 megatonnes of carbon dioxide. We could meet our 2030 emissions reduction target simply by stopping native forest logging. The native forests of the Central Highlands of Victoria are among the most carbon-dense forests in the world. Cessation of the native forest logging industry in Victoria would result in emission savings equivalent to taking 730,000 cars off the road every year. Ceasing logging in Tasmania, emission savings equivalent to taking 1.1 million cars off the road every year. This motion proposes abolition of the effective exemption from the national environment laws that has been granted to native forest logging currently covered by regional forestry agreements, RFAs, between the federal and state governments. It also commits to implementing the recommendations of the independent review of the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act of 1999 as soon as possible to arrest the decline of our iconic places and the extinction of our most threatened plants, animals and ecosystems. RFAs are 20-year-old state-federal agreements underpinning management of most of Australia's commercially productive native forests. They aim to deliver certainty of resource access to forest industries and ensure that those industries are profitable and protective of environmental values. The objectives of RFAs have not been met. They have failed to protect biodiversity and to maintain ecosystem processes. They have been associated with poor governance and abject forest protection. They've overseen a loss of profitability of and declining employment in native forest logging industries. They've led to the overcommitment of forest resources to wood production and failed to account for other forest values which outweigh those of wood production. 87% of native forest logs from states like Victoria are used for wood chips and for paper production. Only 7.5% is used for saw logs. We have alternative sources of wood products, recycled paper and plantation timber. We have to use those and stop logging our native forests. The economic value of our native forests for carbon storage is far greater than the value of those forests for wood chips and for pulp. Victoria had one megafire in the 1800s and one in the 1900s. We've already had 3 this century. 30% of everything planned to be logged in the next 5 years in Victoria was burned in the Black Summer bushfires. Victoria has lost over 77% of its old-growth forests in the last 25 years. Forests are more flammable for up to 70 years after they're logged and regenerated. Logging creates a greater risk of more severe bushfires, which endanger people's lives and property and lead to further carbon emissions. The extreme flammability of our landscapes means that there is no certainty of wood supply for a collapsing timber industry. Our backup resources have been lost through overcutting and recurrent fires. The industry loses large amounts of money. In 2020, the PBO estimated that immediately ending native forestry in Victoria could save as much as $190 million over a decade. Logging in Victoria, which is planned 5 years ahead, is now taking place in areas of the highest habitat and conservation value for 70 threatened forest-dependent species. These include Victoria's animal emblem, the critically endangered Leadbeater's possum, and the endangered southern greater glider. The key threatening process for arboreal marsupials is the accelerated loss of hollow-bearing trees. Old-growth forests support significantly greater numbers of animals and species than regrowth forests. Logging also has major impacts on forest soils, causing erosion and loss of water sources. Using our native forests for carbon storage rather than logging will still require a major skilled workforce for Australia. This workforce can manage our carbon stocks and storage, repair the damage from soil erosion and stream sedimentation, protect water catchments. We can maintain and expand the workforces associated with the forest sector in climate-appropriate ways. Protecting and restoring our native forests is a crucial mitigation strategy for us to meet our net zero emission targets. We need the vision to embrace it.
Thank you. And just call for a seconder. Is there a seconder of this motion?
Second the motion, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government supports strong plantation forestry and sustainable native forestry and is investing over $300 million in the 2022-23 budget for forest industry innovation, manufacturing and workforce skills to support these sectors into the future. This is because we know that a well-managed forest balance social, economic and environmental outcomes. That is, well-managed forests support jobs while maintaining ecosystem services for Australia's unique plants and animals and have an important role to play in reducing Australia's carbon emissions. In committing to the future of a sustainable native forest industry, we recognise that such a future has been made possible by the regional forest agreements. These agreements are widely accepted by the Commonwealth, state governments and industry as the best mechanism to balance the long-term social, economic and environmental interests of Australia's native forests. Since the establishment of the RFA, the area of native forest in our conservation reserve have almost doubled from 5.4 million hectares before the agreements were signed to 10 million hectares in 2019. Almost 50% of native forests in the RFA regions are now in reserves. The 10 agreements across WA, Victoria, Tasmania, New South Wales cover state, environmental and forest management legislative regimes that provide protection for matters of environmental significance. The Albanese government will respond to the independent Samuel review by the end of this year to ensure certainty and efficiency for both environmental and economic outcomes. While Victoria and WA have indicated their intention to cease their respective RFAs in 2030 and 2024, It is worth noting that many factors inform these decisions, not least economic returns and decreasing supply. This is why the Albanese government is investing in the future of our plantation forestry sector through the 22-23 budget, with $86.2 million for new plantations, $100 million for Australian-wide National Institute of Forest Products innovation to support research, to produce transformative outcomes for industry across the country, and $10 million for forestry workforce training and skills development. Additionally, we are committed to removing the water rule to enable greater plantation and farm forestry and increase participation in the Emissions Reduction Fund. By encouraging plantation expansion and farm forestry across Australia, the Albanese government is looking to shore up Australia's timber future. How we look to implement the removal of the water rule will be informed by the consultation process currently underway. That is because the Albanese government listens to those most affected by policy change. We are informed by the evidence and we are committed to delivering on our promises. Timber supply issues are a key concern impacting many communities along the eastern seaboard. A lack of domestic source of construction-grade and appearance-grade timber, much of which is sourced from native forestry sector, is impacting the rebuild efforts following the 2019 and 2020 Black Summer bushfires and the current flooding events. This situation highlights the importance of the Albanese government's budget measures to support forestry industries. Given the environmental need to displace plastic products into the future, make the best use of forest harvest and continue to evolve innovation in forest product manufacturing. As Australia's plantations are not currently able to replace the type and quality of wood produced from native forests, the Albanese government is investing in forestry workers and product manufacturers to grow the skills and innovations that we need right here at home. Native forestry supports thousands of regional jobs across Australia, not including the many roles involved in secondary processing of wood products or the many scientific roles in the sector. Australia also recognises the value of native forestry to our international obligations. These are the reasons why the Albanese government is committed to a long-term future of sustainable native forest industry and to balance the long-term social, economic and social interests of our native forests. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Goldstein. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for Kooyong and I rise to speak in support of this motion. Australia's native forests are not only a national treasure, they are a national resource. Not a resource in the sense that it's been traditionally understood, but as a significant way of meeting the challenge of addressing climate change. As the member for Kooyong pointed out, 87% of native forest logs are used for wood chips and paper production. A mere 7.5% is used for saw logs. Every year, around 2% of our native forests are logged, which the experts calculate results in 15 megatons of CO2. According to David Lindenmayer, the respected conservation biologist from ANU, who's been tracking this subject for years, and fellow researchers Brendan Mackey and Heather Keith from Griffith University, stopping logging of native forests on its own would come close to enabling Australia to achieve its legislated target of a reduction of 43% in carbon emissions by 2030. Here's the argument. To get to 43%, Australia needs to reduce carbon emissions by around 15.3 megatons of CO2 over each of the next 9 years. Ending native forest logging now would result in an annual reduction of around 15 megatons of CO2. Not that we should be resting on that, because we all know that the 43% target, good start that it may be, is not adequate to get to net zero by mid-century. Furthermore, native forest logging is highly destructive and unsustainable. It contributes to threatening species, contaminating water catchments and irreversible damage to ancient and unique forest ecosystems. In my home state of Victoria, the forests are home to the Leadbeater's possum, the state's faunal emblem. Logging over the decades has irreparably reduced and eliminated their habitat to such an extent that Leadbeater's possum is now critically endangered. Imagine a state whose emblem is extinct. not a record anyone could be proud of. As bad as Tasmania's record with the thylacine, perhaps, although at least the citizens of my childhood home of Tassie never made it a state symbol. And it doesn't end there. The greater glider is vulnerable to extinction on both state and federal registers. In Gippsland in Victoria, the population has declined by 50%. Victoria's mountain ash forests themselves are designated as endangered on the International Union for Conservation of Nature's Red List. It need not have been this way. The forests of Victoria, Tasmania and New South Wales are subject to regional forest agreements designed decades ago under shared management by federal and state governments. Unfortunately, these RFAs effectively exempt native forest logging from the environmental protection requirements of the EPBC Act. Other extractive industries, mining, for example, do have to comply. Victoria is the most cleared state in the country, and none of the 5 RFAs have met their environmental protection objectives. The independent review of the EPBC Act, conducted by Graham Samuel, argued this was a loophole that should be closed. His report suggested that the federal government should require RFAs to adhere to the national environment standards of the EPBC Act, which set benchmarks for effective environmental protection and management, as well as prescribing the baseline support needed to achieve the benchmarks. And that's the intention of this motion proposed by the member for Kooyong, to ensure that native forest logging in RFA areas are subject to the same environmental laws as all other industries. It's not an oversight, it was a grievous error, which has had terrible consequences. It has not protected the forests, nor has it really helped forestry. The industry is less and less profitable and in decline. Communities also need appropriate management to assist this part of our climate transition. We need native forests in place to assist materially in helping us meet our climate change responsibilities. Many members of my community in Goldstein have raised the issue of decreasing biodiversity, and I stand here on your behalf today. I urge the government to act, and I will continue to advocate for what is left of these forests to be protected when the government updates the EPBC Act. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The motion is that the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Kooyong for bringing forward this very important motion for debate this evening. In the northeast of Victoria, in my electorate of Indi, we have some of Australia's most precious native forest landscapes. The stunning Eucalyptus regnans, mountain ash forests of the Central Highlands, the Eucalyptus pauciflora, snow gums of the high country, and the Eucalyptus sideroxylon, the beautiful ironbark forests around Chiltern. These stunning forests are part of the fabric of our land. At the same time, forestry is a major part of the culture and economy of Indi, including both native forest logging and plantation logging. Many of my constituents are employed directly in logging, and even more jobs are supported indirectly by the industry. As I rise to speak on this motion this evening, I'm thinking both of the critically important native forests, the way in which they must be protected, but also of the communities who rely on those forests and their connection to the bush, that in many cases is generations deep. I believe we must manage the sector carefully to both respect the people in our region who derive their livelihood from native forest logging, whilst recognising that the industry must and will be phased out. I must state, I believe in a thriving, sustainable Australian forestry sector. Australia has the land, the workforce, the resources, the science and the experience to sustain forestry as a major primary commodity industry and a major export industry. The question is, how do we do this among the many challenges ahead, recognising that the value of our native forests, both environmentally and economically, is when those forests stay standing? The State of the Environment report released earlier this year painted an alarming picture of environmental decline, and land clearing was singled out as a primary driver. We will not have a thriving forestry or a thriving agricultural sector if we continue to eradicate our forests and native vegetation at such rates. Logging native forests poses many risks to our natural environment, increases our carbon emissions and destroys habitats of endangered species. And I'm deeply troubled by the court rulings that found VicForests, which manages our native forestry sector, is failing in its responsibilities to protect native wildlife. And while Victoria is failing to implement its commitments under the regional forestry agreements, the Commonwealth is failing to withhold accreditation of Victoria's forest management regime, thereby allowing failure to continue. Madam Deputy Speaker, research has persuasively demonstrated that by replacing older and wetter forests with younger and drier forests, native logging contributed to the extent and severity of the terrible bushfires of our region that we experienced in 2019-2020. The Victorian Government is phasing out native logging by 2030, which will drive an increase in plantation forestry and a transition in the processing sector from native timbers to pine and other species. It's vital that we get this transition right, both for the environment and for our local economies. Plantation forestry, mostly of radiata pine, is a significant employer in Indi, supporting thousands of jobs in towns like Benalla, Wangaratta, Myrtleford and across the Upper Murray. After the plantation sector was hard hit by the 2019-20 fires, I worked hard to secure $10.4 million in recovery funding to protect thousands of jobs across these towns. I support the plantation-based forestry sector, and I believe that the transition from native to fully plantation-based industry, if properly managed, will therefore be good news for Indi, delivering both greater environmental protection as well as an economic boost for our region. But a plan should be in place before we cease native forest logging activities to enable those workers to transition to meaningful work, with options to remain associated with the Australian bush in new ways. Those who work in forestry have skills we will need into the future. Forest management will be needed to regenerate logging coops and unused tracks, firefighting, feral animal and plant control, measuring carbon stocks, outreach programs for farmers to plant trees and provide carbon sinks, and supporting new tourism infrastructure to showcase the uniqueness of the bush to visitors at home and abroad, to name just a few things. Because we need to do all of these things, keep our forests healthy, sustain both the forestry and the agricultural sectors into the future, and do this in a way that strengthens our natural landscapes and protects our ecology. The challenges are many and will require everyone working together.
Thank you. And the time allotted for this debate has now expired, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, Global Methane Pledge.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd have to say this call by the government, or the agreement by the government to agree to a 30% reduction in methane outputs, and I point out at this stage that 30% of Australia's methane emissions come from agriculture, just came from nowhere. It seems to me we had no idea they were going to do it before the election, and they have no idea how we're going to get there. They don't know how much it's going to cost or who's going to pay for it. And it goes with a list that I've compiled of a number of other things we didn't know about before the election, Madam Deputy Speaker, like, for instance, giving New Zealanders the vote, or bringing back the foreign fighters. We didn't know about that. Withdrawing recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Bringing back patent bargaining. We didn't hear about that before the election. The expansion of the area of workforce shortage for doctors, foreign-trained doctors, to get them into the suburbs of our major cities rather than preserving them for country areas. The locking up of 30% of Australia in parks and reserves, up from 20%. We didn't hear any of this stuff before the election. And then, of course, on top of that, now we get the 30% reduction in cow belches and flatulence. Let me say. Now, And it's worth noting, I've done a few numbers on this, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we are pushing towards areas of dealing with climate change, is that at COP26, 200 nations around the world agreed to beef up their plans for a CO2 reduction in this year. Thus far, only 12% have done so. When you hear the phrase, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all the world is doing it, all the world is about 12% of the world's population. There's about 1 billion people in the world who live in countries that are taking climate change and CO2 reduction seriously. The other 6 billion are going the other way. Otherwise, we wouldn't have record price and record production for coal and gas. That's a clear indication that the world is not all doing it. Around about 12% of the world are engaged seriously with reducing CO2, including Australia. And before the change of government, I might say, we were looking at a 23%. We did have a 23% reduction on 2005 level and would have achieved around 33%. Now, there are some positives in this story, and I know the government is hanging its hat on Arabidopsis taxiformis, which is the seaweed, red seaweed. And there's a lot of interest in my electorate, and there are companies there that are looking to produce it at the moment. And there's been a feedlot that's actually done some trial work on this very recently, HP Rural, and we will see their produce on Foodland supermarket shelves this week or around about this week or next week in South Australia. But it's worth noting... Sorry?
Algae?
Yeah, that's it. Arabidopsis taxiformis. It's a seaweed. No. Anyway, a cow needs around 50 grams of this a day. That's not much, but there's 28 million cattle in Australia, and if you extrapolate that out, that's around about 500,000 tonne a year. Now, we know this seaweed is capable of reducing methane emissions. What we don't know is whether it can be produced at scale or whether it can be produced at a price. And what we also know is it's quite easy to actually administer this or give it to cattle in a feedlot situation, but at any given time, there is only 4.6% of Australia's cattle in a feedlot. The other 95.4% are actually out grazing on rangelands. Now, there is no known way that I'm aware of delivering that feed supplement at this stage. Now, I know the CSIRO are looking at trying to add it to water, but you've got to remember it's a solid, and whether or not it's going to sit in water and actually disseminate itself amongst cattle, I think is a real question. The reason I bring this up is people get so enthusiastic so far in front of the case. Now, there's nothing wrong with being enthusiastic, but in this case, the government has actually made a decision which ties in Australia. What if Asparagopsis doesn't work? Where are we left then? Are we left where New Zealand are and talking about a tax on primary reduction? When I talk about this optimism, it's only a few years ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the whole of Australia was going to be running on hot rocks. I don't know the last time you turned on your PowerPoint powered by hot
Time's
rocks.
expired, and I give the call to the member for Macnamara.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I mean, it was quite a journey, and it's late on a Monday night, but goodness me, the member for Grey just gave us exactly a snapshot as to why a big chunk of his colleagues are no longer sitting in this place. The colleagues on that side of the House, like the members for Wentworth and Goldstein and Higgins, who faced electorates who were sick of the sort of ridiculous hyperbole that we just heard from the member for Grey. Not interested in actually reasoned discussion about why we need to do our bit as part of the international efforts to tackle climate change. Just a long, rambly contribution that really didn't address the issue. President Biden had this initiative to try and reduce the amount of methane that the international community is emitting. We know that methane is a really powerful greenhouse gas, and we know that we need to reduce it. The 30 by 30 methane pledge is one where it signals to the rest of the world, Deputy Speaker, that Australia is back, that Australia takes our responsibilities in emission reduction seriously, and that we are here to work with our international counterparts in order to do what's required and in order to reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions in the global efforts to tackle climate change. Now, the member opposite did mention a few of the different initiatives as to how we do that. Obviously, there are a range of different methane emissions that are coming out throughout our economy. A lot of it is in the fossil fuel industry via emissions that seep out of the production and in those industries. But there is also the agriculture sector, which has a relatively significant part in the methane production in Australia. And so one of the programs that we're investing in, and we invested in throughout the budget, was an $8 million program to invest in the Sustainable Seaweed Alliance to help commercialise Asparagopsis seaweed, which is based on livestock feed with the potential to reduce methane production by more than 95%. It's a really sensible initiative, and we will wait and see the outcomes of that. But along with the other efforts to try and bring down the amount of emissions that we've got in our heavy emitters, that we've said exactly what we were going to do, and we're working with industry to come with us. We know how important this is to bring our regional communities along, and I'm proud that every member of the Hunter Valley is a Labor member, and those communities must have strong representatives fighting for them, like my good friend, the member for Paterson, sitting here, and indeed yourself, Deputy Speaker, representing the Good Burgers of Newcastle. But this is one also where we are looking for new technology to be able to invest and bring our agriculture sector. We know how important the agriculture sector is in Australia, and unlike those opposite who really are not offering forward-thinking solutions about how we can work with the industry, how we can bring people together as part of our international efforts to tackle climate change and as part of the international community's efforts to tackle climate change, the only thing that those opposite have is hyperbole and fear campaigns and the sort of rubbish that we just heard from the previous speaker. But not even just the previous speaker. Before the last election, the Leader of the Nationals, the member for New England, his contribution to this debate wasn't reasoned like the National Farmers Federation, who said that farmers are already leading the charge on climate change and have earned a seat at the table, and the strong assurances and partnership provided by the government mean the pledge will not negatively impact on farmers or the agricultural sector. That's what the National Farmers Federation said. It was reasonable. It was serious. They're clearly taking the potential anxieties of the sector seriously. But let's just contrast that with the member for New England, who he said, grab a rifle, go out and start shooting your cattle. That was the contribution from the member for New England. So we are working with industry. We are working. I'm going to ignore the interjections from the member from Kennedy. We are working with industry. We're working with the agriculture sector. We're going to work with the big polluters, but we are also going to work with our international community to make sure that Australia is doing its bit. It's what our responsibility is. And instead of the doom and gloom that we heard from those opposite, instead of the climate denial, the decade of climate denial is over. Australia is back. We are a responsible international citizen, and we are going to do our bit to tackle it, including the 30 by 30 methane pledge.
Thank you. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have read Minister Bowen's media release of 23 October, Deputy Speaker, where he claims the Global Methane Pledge is a voluntary commitment that promotes an aspirational target of reducing global methane emissions across all sectors by at least 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. Now, that all sounds fairly benign, and if you listen to the previous speaker's contribution, certainly it all sounds very benign and very friendly, and we'll continue to decide how we manage and regulate methane-intensive sectors such as energy, waste disposal and agriculture, and principally livestock, but also crops such as rice. Now, the devil, of course, is always in the detail, and even in the minister's own media release, there is significant cause for concern, where the aspiration clearly aims for reductions of at least 30%, and it makes mention that it is across all sectors by 2030. So even the minister concedes that his pledge is not just about the capture of waste methane in energy and waste sectors, but that the government will ruthlessly target all sectors in a ham-fisted search for errant methane molecules. And atop of the minister's all sectors hit list, of course, will be agriculture. Agriculture was our first industry, and while it accounts for 48% of Australia's human-related methane emissions, it's also worth noting that it is worth $70 billion to our national economy. Looking a little closer, it becomes apparent that Labor's principal target within the agricultural sector is the livestock industry, which alone contributes over $1.6 billion to our economy. And along with Labor's prime target, mining supports thousands of communities
Sorry to
right
interrupt
across.
the member for Bowman, but the time allotted for this debate has now expired, and I'm looking to the member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye, and no. The ayes have it. The Federation Chamber therefore stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Hear, hear.